Καλημέρα. Ακούγομαι?
Morning, can you hear me? Is the sound okay? Thank you. Thank you for coming today. We would like to welcome the Minister of Development, Mr. Strekas. We are expecting Mr. Papathanasis, the Deputy Minister of National Economy, Finance and Economy. We have with us Mr. Semetakis, the competent Deputy Minister on Research and Innovation and Secretary General. I would like to thank all the participants, those that are online. We are here today to open the competitiveness project financed by NSRF, the largest action in the research in this new program period, as it was the case for the previous action, where we have a host of projects completed successfully, and we are heading towards the completion of all others. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite to the floor the Minister of Development, Mr. Strekas. Minister, you have the floor. Welcome and good morning. And I wish every success to all of us. Hopefully we'll be having a good proposal that will help our country move forward. Yesterday we had a great day as a country as well, a great victory of a great team of a Greek country, of a Greek team. But similar victories you have on a daily basis in terms in the science field, in different fields. However, those victories that you achieve are not recognized as widely. And there again, we need to work on, because your work needs to come closer to the Greek society, somehow connect science, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, of course, with the society, the young people. This is the only way to build a sustainable society. As Mrs. Crowley mentioned earlier today, I'm very happy, I'm very pleased to be together with Mr. Semetakis, the competent Minister on Research and Innovation, and Mr. Kyriazis, the Secretary General, and together with all of you, that you play a significant role. So I'm pleased to be with you, because nowadays we need an economy that may support those conditions that may allow to all Greeks to have a better life, an economy generating jobs, respectful and well-paid jobs, so that all citizens may have a job and allow them to have families in a way that we resolve the demographic aging issue. Nevertheless, in those days, we are in an era where the Greek economy increases by 4 or 5 times higher than the average European. However, this needs to continue in the years to come if we wish to reach a convergence point. Even after this financial development, we are far behind the European average in a whole, or even compared to the position where we were back in 2009. The average salary current salary is 70% of what it used to be. So how we'll achieve the final outcome? By developing our economy through competitiveness and the differentiation of services and products that today are available domestically and abroad, so that we may maintain high rates of development and growth in the years to come. How can we have competitive products and services unless we connect research and innovation with the market? Unless we have differentiated innovative products, we won't reach a convergence point. If we just copy just producing commodities, we can't reach a convergence. So we'll be always at the bottom of the list. The differentiation point is relevant to innovative products, and you are the only one to produce them. And this is why our top priority is to bring you, the scientific community, the researchers, close to the manufacturing and the market as a result, which appears to be true, to be valid lately. Of course, this requires investments, and I'm not referring to the money we spend on research and innovation in the past years, as demonstrated by data. In 2022, we had the second most rapidly increasing rate in terms of investments of public investments on R&D. Half of the GDP, 1.5 of the GDP rather, to be precise, is invested on research and innovation, 3.2 billion euros, and we wish to get to 6 billion euros up until 2030. Out of those 3.2 billions, we have best part of it coming from the public and community funds, whereas in other countries, just 30% comes from the state budget, and 70% is generated by the private sector. In 23, we've almost reached a 50-50 point share, rather. 50% from the state and 50% from the private sector, which is not enough. And another argument, what do we produce? Referring to scientific research, articles, and so on and so on, we have produced more than the goal we had set. The issue and the problem, the challenge is relevant to patents and to private rights ownership, intellectual rights property, where Portugal submits 340 approximately applications having a similar number of patents, and we are at 170, 180 applications, which is a number that has been increases. However, we lag far behind compared to other countries. France has 1,100, so there we need to focus. The work is done, is delivered by the scientists. There's something missing, something which is not concluded. In other words, the practical implementation, and this is actually what we wish to put in place thanks to Έρευνα και Καινοτομό, as it shall be discussed later. And again, for a spin-off and startups in Greece, which appeared to be a weird term in the past. Now we have Elevate Greece, 800 such companies, 2 unicorns, 10 unicorns. We have billions of euros collected by the initial founders of those companies in our country. And this is the driver, to put it this way, for all young people that dream, that have a vision to turn a concept into a product, a practical solution, which shall be helpful for all those that have been striving to develop it, and of course, by and large, it shall help our economy. Of course, we do have similar examples in our country, which is a quite encouraging signal. On our part, the Ministry of Development have as a main goal to connect research and innovation with the market and the industry. Self-understandable, needless to repeat it. This is the only way to have a competitive industry and a competitive economy. How the state may demonstrate this cause there are some new criteria. We wish to have patents, so we could set a criterion to assess those that have an idea and at the beginning of the product might submit an application to acquire one. Let's say 5%. This would demonstrate the direction for all those wishing to join the new Erevno which action shall be analyzed later on. And I'm not referring just to the money to be given for research or for the connection of the research with the industry, but for investment projects by and large relevant to the industry and the market. So such money comes from the developmental law, and there again we set criteria that didn't exist until now, and we give credits to those companies, those investors that shall connect their investment with a research institution, university, or a spin-off company. We give credits to those that 10% of the subsidy that we'll take from Kenotomo will connect it thanks to a contract with a research or institution in order for it to produce its product. And let me welcome Nikos Papathanasis, the Deputy Minister of Public Finance and Economy. Unless we have his contribution and the money he makes available, we wouldn't be able to announce today this program. To conclude, I would like to thank once again. We are fully convinced that the progress of our country goes through your hands. And we as a minister will be doing everything we can to help you to deliver your job, deliver your research, to be successful, and via your success to have a successful outcome for Greece, for our country. Thank you. I'll invite now to the floor the Deputy Minister of Public Finance and Economy, Mr. Papathanasis, who has signed the call, the invitation of our action. Minister, Deputy Minister, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor for me to be in a very important meeting for the research community of our country. We are in an era very close to the European elections. And in the public debate, there's always a discussion on the European programs and whether they have an appeal and essentially those resources are absorbed by the actual economy. Together with the Ministry of Development, we have been having an excellent cooperation, the Minister, the Deputy Minister. However, something which is more importantly rather, in 24 we'll be having the largest public investment program of the last 14 years. This program amounts to 12 billion euros. Reasonably, one would ask how many billions of those are relevant to European sources. 8 billion out of the 12 million are European money. In other words, 2 out of the 3 euros that shall get into the market to support the economy represent resources coming from Europe. Those sources coming from NSRF 2027 and the Recovery Fund essentially have an appeal and an impact on our daily lives, improving it. There we have the Secretary Generals from the Ministry of Development, former colleagues. So, what do we have? We have programs relevant to preventing tests, Spiros Doxiadis program for women, for cancer. Practically, what does this mean? That thanks to this test, more than 20,000 women were saved because they were identified at the first stage of cancer. This preventive test saved their lives. We have an improvement and the renewal of hospitals and medical centers. We are discussing every day ways to improve healthcare services. This is a hot topic in the public debate, and now, thanks to those programs, we'll improve the picture we are dealing with on a daily basis in our hospitals and medical centers. We've got problems such as Execonomo and a very strong NSRF 2027, where a subtotal of the competitiveness program in the first axis, meaning axis research and innovation, is the one embracing Ερευνό Καινοτομό with 300 million euros. Essentially, European sources are absorbed by the Greek economy in different fields and sectors. Today we open this program, and the pillar supporting research and the developmental course of companies is one of the main pillars, one of the 4 main pillars of the Pissaridis plan and NSRF 2024. We've got 4 pillars: green transition, digital transition, training and education, skilling, upskilling, and the 4th is relevant to the support of companies, meaning competitiveness by and large of all companies. So nothing is accidental, and this is very relevant. Greece is on the top of the list of the countries developing in Europe, with 5 times higher in 23, 24, and essentially all this developmental package, reduction of unemployment, will be improving the quality of our lives. And this is why the upcoming elections are very important, because there will be negotiating the common defense, the common migration policies, the common agricultural policy, which is on top of those resources that I've referred earlier. In total, 81 billion euros divided by what we put forward, and this is how you'll understand how we achieved this share, because our government has been striving in doing so. So I wish you every success. I wish you have an excellent success with the ministry, and will be always next to you for programs that will have an impactful outcome for our society. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Καλό.
Thank you. Now we would like to ask Mr. Sinetakis, Deputy Minister. Dear Ministers, dear Director General, or Dean, as the Minister of Innovation calls you usually, as we already heard from the Minister of Development, Mr. Skrekas, and the Deputy Minister of Economy, Ερευνώ Καινοτομό is a single national action of strategic importance. Why do we say that it has strategic importance? Exactly because if we want to improve the competitiveness of the country, if we want to increase its productivity, and if we want to promote the extroversy of the Greek companies, apart from what we have been doing until now, we have to deepen the concept of research and innovation, believe in research and innovation, and support the relation in between research community and business community. This way, creating relations of trust and cooperation. This way, we can reach our goal, which is the transition in quality, innovative entrepreneurship and increased added value nationally. So Ερευνώ Καινοτομό has a strategic importance because it is a main tool to implement this objective. As you will see, all four interventions in this action are complementary in order to achieve this target. Intervention A, research and development from companies, regards new positions for research and scientific personnel via promoting innovation and networking of businesses. Budget here for funding is 800,000 euros. Intervention 2 is titled Cooperations of Businesses with Research Agencies. This regards the cooperation in between these two parties, and we are focusing especially on this intervention because we have a lot of research that take place in the public research centers and universities in Greece. However, not always can we commercialize the results of this research. Maximum funding reaches 2 million euros. Intervention 3, titled Exploitation Research Results. This regards the promotion of research at the next level of readiness based on findings of previous research projects. Intervention 4, Excellence, Seal of Excellence for Companies, regards support of research and technology via financing of high-value proposals submitted by small and medium enterprises in the Horizon Europe program, which has received the seal of excellence, but there was no budget for this proposal. All four interventions that I explained focus on producing innovative and state-of-the-art products and services so that we can compete internationally in a global economy which transforms quickly. To prosper, we have to innovate. So we believe in innovation, thus we invest, first of all, on human capital, on our scientists. So the basic categories of expenditures are fees for researchers, scholars, and scientists who work in the implementation of every project, reaching 4,000 euros per month and 2,000 euros per month for technical assistance personnel. Furthermore, we promote the executives who will manage the programs in the special service of management and implementation of development actions, the so-called ADEC. The executives of the ADEC are very experienced and have worked and will work closely for achieving the objective of these interventions. So all the companies who will apply will find assistance by the management team. Let me focus on some terms of this action and details. The Secretary General and his team are also present, so they can ask your questions if you have any further. Any company can become an applicant up to 5 applications in interventions 1, 2, and 3 throughout the action. There is no limit to the number of research proposals. The number for each business cannot be over than 60% of the turnover that was reached in the 3 previous financial years. Companies participate at least 30% in the project's budget, while if the overall budget is less than 25%, then the project is rejected and the funding is removed. We set priorities in the sectors where Greece has advantages, so we could reach a new development model. Strategic areas were specialized in the 21-27 period in order to connect research with entrepreneurship. The funding of the 8 areas of smart areas are 1, materials and industry, 2, tourism, culture and tourist industries, 3, agro, diet and farming, 4, environment and cyclical economy, 5, biosciences, health and drugs, 6, transportation and supply chain, 7, sustainable energy, and 8, digital technologies. Evaluation will be in intervention 3 and 4 on the FIFO model and will be comparative in interventions 1 and 2. Our evaluation will be done electronically. All the materials are already announced. And I am going to close my speech with another political dimension of the significance of πολιτικό έρευνα καινοτομό. For us, the regional development of Greece is a strategic goal because it is a term for national survival. That's why the lion's share of this strategic funding will go to the regions, some of which are less developed. For example, Eastern and Central Thrace, Central Macedonia, Epirus, Thessaly, Western Macedonia, Ionian Islands, Sterea Hellas, Peloponnese, and Northern Aegean. And only the remaining part will given to Attica region. In total, will reach 500 millions. So in view of the coming Euro elections, let me say that via the NSRF programs, we have given motives to young people, to young clusters and competence centers so as to establish all the innovative ideas. We try to enhance the actions day after day. We want innovation to reach all the corners of the country. We want the young people stay in Greece, open businesses in Greece, and have their families in Greece. We want, via research and innovation, to create space for value, and that's what we are offering to our young people. Greek startup ecosystem is developing, and this is due to the support given by the Greek government. The assessment of the national ecosystem is over 8 billion, leaving behind other neighboring countries. Our youth has to understand that being innovative means being adaptive and smart. Companies need talents, but all those who have posts of responsibility in research centers, academic centers, and businesses need to understand that talents need attractive projects. If they don't find them here, well, they'll reach out for them elsewhere. So we want to keep capable people here. So business and research have to cooperate. If in order to reach funding and in order to understand who are the talented people in the academic institutions. Cooperation in between these parties can provide a better future. Thank you. We would like to thank the three ministers, and now let me ask the Secretary General, Mr. Kyriazis, so that he will share his views.
Κύριε Υπουργοί,
Dear ministers, dear colleagues, secretaries general, ladies and gentlemen, we heard the ministers explaining the policy that we will implement for research and innovation and our plans for the future. I would like to say a few words about the previous Ερευνό Καινοτομό project and give you some numbers, some figures. Because we are now closing this program. We had 2 cycles in the previous program, totaling 1,118 projects in 2 cycles. Certification was given to 1,026 projects in both cycles, namely 92, almost 92% from the 1,118 projects. So 92 projects are remaining, which are now at the stage of final audit, and so in June we'll reach 100%. Payments to beneficiaries reached 500,996,000, which is 92.3% of the public expenditure from these 542 millions. Until end of August, we'll reach 100% of payments. Thus, 100% of the absorption of the previous payments for the previous Ερευνό Καινοτομό program. I gave you these figures because I want to show you that the EIDETEC, the unit, in charge has worked hard in the previous years under harsh circumstances in order to reach these results. So we have the opportunity now to further these good results and have an even better new program. This program is planned so as we can achieve certain goals. We saw which were the problems in the previous program, and we tried to improve the new one. That's the new program we present to you today. We wanted to be even more flexible because it's not easy to reach excellence if you don't go through certain steps. So the program that is now closing is a good practice on which we can base an even better next program. As the minister said, we have some basic changes in this new program in relation to the previous one. The first basic change to stress is that this Ερευνό Καινοτόμο program, it will not support small and medium enterprises like all the previous supports that we gave. We are interested in research now and innovation. So we don't want to support just ideas, but research ideas, proposals that will aim at innovation. This is an essential difference, and I want to stress this because I want you to understand this. Because based on that, on that criterion, we will evaluate the proposals. Other changes related to the previous program are the following. For the application, you need to submit the whole folder, the whole dossier with all the supporting documents. We will not ask for any supporting documents at a later stage. So this is a one-stop application. So you have to bear this in mind. Change number 2, the evaluation method. It is similar with the previous programs of Horizon 2020. We added something for the first time, patents, because patents are important, and that's why we included them. Maximum rate was 5 in the previous program. Now we have 15. Eligible expenditures is 40% without receipts and 60% against invoices. Change 3. Companies can apply for the 60% of the turnover of the previous 3 years, and they cannot apply for more than 5 proposals. These are basic changes from the previous program. Further, minimum participation of companies will be 30%, while 70% will be given by universities and research centers. We'll see in a while the presentation of the proposal. We'll see which are the characteristics. But to conclude, I would like to thank warmly all the ministers for the help that they have provided to me personally and to all the department of EDEC, so that we can be here today and inaugurate the new program. I want to warmly thank for the cooperation we've had for also many years, all the EDEC executives and the head, Mrs. Rally, the head of departments, Mrs. Kutsopoulou, Mrs. Tsanaka, Mrs. Pali, and Mrs. Rusopoulou, and Mrs. Niniou, and all the executives of EIDE, all the teams, for the effort they have paid in order to close the previous program, reaching 100%. and for their efforts paid parallel to the closing so as to open the new program. Finally, I would like to thank the managing authority, the Secretary Special Mr. Zervos and Mrs. Fetzi, who is here, and she always helps us. Thank you so much.
Να κάνουμε μία αναδιάταξη. Αναδιάταξη, ναι, βεβαίως. Πάρτε το χαρτάκι που γράφει. Ωραία. Θα προχωρήσουμε.
So let us move forward to the main part of our meeting. Let me simply tell you that questions you may have to put forward during the presentation, even though we have already recorded some questions. So anyway, those that you wish to express, please either use the application and write down the question, or during the last session, where you'll have the opportunity to express them live. You may take the mic and express it. So before giving the floor to my colleagues to present the action, couple of minutes to present some data in relation to what Mr. Kyriakis mentioned earlier concerning our contribution to research and innovation. So, there are different complex schemes in terms of the NSRF managing the central services, managing the programs, and services as ours that are independent service under the ministry, under the Secretary General, reporting to the Secretary General. In the previous programming periods, we were the intermediate body managing Δημιουργό Καινοτομό, the period 14-20, and in the new program period, again, we are the intermediate body for competitiveness for the period 2027. Some quantitative data, now that we are almost concluding Δημιουργό Ερευνό Καινοτομό, an assessment of the results of the outcomes, as we haven't by now a thorough outcome. So this is a good, however, preliminary assessment. It is not a final one. 1,637 projects, where we have included some projects of the Ministry of Development, as Mr. Papathanassis mentioned earlier. We have therein the recovery fund, and the services has managed to manage and facilitate in body certain projects, so that some companies be financed and some projects that were left outside from NSRS due to exhaustion of the funds. 1,167 projects, 915 cooperations between the academia, research institutions, and companies, and concerning the patents referred to earlier by Mr. Skrekas, already through Ερευνό Δημιουργό Καινοτομό, there's an assessment that we have 257 patents being financed through projects domestically, 103 globally, 1,041 companies participating, 149 large companies, and we had new products in the market, approximately 651. During the previous years, starting from 713, 14, 20, Ελλάδα 2 with smaller amounts, and together with the overall financing, we are having 815 million euros, targeting and having in place 2% of the overall payoff for the program period 14-20. Some were lower than the half in the recovery fund projects, and we are starting with a goal to have the first integration of Ερευνό Καινοτομό in 24. The course is clear. It demonstrates that we have started in 18 payments to the beneficiaries of the Ερευνό Δημιουργό Καινοτομό. The first call was in March 2017, and the invitation of the second cycle, March 19. Thus, beginning from those dates, the payments to the beneficiaries at the beginning with the advance payments, and next in 24, meaning today, we have almost concluded the beneficiaries payment procedure. Few projects are left to conclude the control and have them paid, and all the expenditures are sufficiently recorded. However, unless we do so, we can't have the community contribution. So we are at 92% of payments to beneficiaries and 76% in having them recorded. So the absorption data, early implementation, completion of a heavy procedure for beneficiaries and ourselves as well throughout this time period demonstrate the built-in consistency that we worked and may guarantee our success in the next program period. So we are beginning this program period with under the same hat, meaning the intermediate body. And at this point, allow me to thank all the officers and in our service. It is a very difficult to be closing and to be opening simultaneous program periods, having a very high, being highly motivated, which cannot be taken for granted. And this is why I would like to thank you all. The heads of the departments, most of them, or rather all of them, women, I would like to thank the few men that are around. I would like to thank the ministers that have been supporting us. Personally, I would like to thank Mrs. Fetzi, representing the managing authority, part of which we implement in research, and all the central NSRF services, because there are more with which we have closely cooperated throughout this time period, so that we have this call in place and will continue doing so in order to answer the host of questions that are currently pending by all those that wish to apply. They have put forward questions and we need to answer them. In some cases, we need the cooperation of other competent departments. So I conclude with my presentation, and now we are moving on with the presentation for the new invitation, beginning from the submission and the terms for submission presented by the head of the competent service up until the issuance of call, until integration of projects, appeals, and so on and so forth. The monitoring process shall be presented by Mrs. Lourousopoulou. Precisely this part relevant to conditionality terms for submission, and then we'll have a presentation, a technical presentation on how they can be presented in the IT system. Most questions, I assume, will focus on this. This presentation shall be delivered by Mrs. Pooley, a very experienced colleague, and we conclude after lunch with a presentation on publicity. The publicity rules, as we are speaking about strategic actions, so we need to absorb all terms carefully. There we have particular terms, and we need to be very careful in relation to publicity to avoid having deliverables where things might be missing. And we'll conclude with questions. You will be having the floor, and to those online which might have put forward until that time their questions. Mrs. Kutsopoulou, you have the floor. Good morning. We would like to thank Mr. Senataki, the Deputy Minister, and of course the Secretary General, having presented the main parts of the call of the invitation.
Ο στόχος της δράσης
So the point is to connect research, innovation with the market and the enterprises. What means an action of strategic importance? Our money, rather this action is under the competitiveness program, particularly priority 1, special target 1.1, development and enhancement of research competencies and innovation, and according to Article 5.1, our goal is to have a more smarter Europe more competitiveness through innovation, and how this can be infiltrated to all regions, and for this reason many sources are guided to the region and not to Attica. And again, this is how we were defined in the competitiveness program as an action of strategic importance, as it can highly contribute in the completion of the goals of the programs. Meanwhile, with specific communication means, we are monitored, and the beneficiaries as well. So they need to bear in mind always that the action is monitored through specific means. The framework of financing. The enterprises, according to 651 regulation, may get the resources. Our beneficiaries may believe that this is hard, that there are certain restrictions. Those restrictions have their origin in that regulation. We are allowed to fund 100% research organization because this is allowed by the regulation 414 of 21. You can look it up as to which organizations are considered research, what they need to do in order to avoid having surprises at the end of the project. Now, the total budget of the action, 300 million. This is a co-financed program, largest part from the regional European fund and a small part from national sources. 4 interventions, as it used to be in the previous cycle. Research and development by enterprises, 60 millions. Partnership of companies with research organization, 180. Use of research results, 39. And seals of excellence for enterprises, 21 million. We are asked with regard to the beneficiary regions. Well, all regions there are beneficiaries. However, the money fall under 2 different categories in this program period. The largest part goes to the less developed regions. This is a choice, a European choice. I remind you that the money comes from the European Regional Fund. So the goal is to support regions. So those less developed get the best share, and those well-developed, such as Attica, a smaller share. Now, at a proposal level, the maximum budget in the intervention 1, we may go as high as 800,000 euros, 2 millions. Intervention 3, 2 millions again. Whereas in terms of seals of excellence, the proposals are already submitted, and the budget need to be the one approved by Horizon Europe, the maximum budget. The beneficiaries of our actions. First of all, enterprises. Money comes from competitiveness program. Save those enterprises, we have the research organizations that may join only intervention 2, other bodies that are considered enterprises that are not 100% enterprises but fit to this concept, and other bodies that are considered research organizations but they are not universities or research organizations per se, are other organizations similar to those, very close to this concept. However, they need to fulfill a number of conditions. The support for the interventions 1, 2, and 3 is defined per beneficiary and per unit of work. In other words, there isn't a single one for the entire project. Depending on the size of the beneficiary, the category of R&D implemented, and the expected outcome fulfills some criteria and can get some kind of increase, those terms have to do with real cooperation, where it is easy to fulfill the terms, the conditions to be beneficiary of an increase. However, in the case of isolated enterprises, beneficiaries need to be very careful in observing the wider diffusion term in order for them to get this extra rate. Interventions 1, 2, and 3, there you can see on the slide the funding depending on the eligible activity and how it increases depending on whether there is an actual real cooperation or a wider diffusion. Intervention 4, we have one locked for the entire time period at a rate of 70%. This difference between the three first intervention and the last one is because the three first go according to the Article 24 of the regulation, whereas the fourth one falls under 25A. So there are some differences that can be detected throughout the presentation. They are recorded on the call. Indeed, there is a differentiation between the three first interventions and the fourth one. The rates for the research organization, we may have 100 funding, 100% according to 414 of 21, which, well, first of all, requires an actual real body behind, well, save this essence. There are some formal conditions defined at point 20 of Article 211. They are recorded on our call as well in detail. Meanwhile, we want those organizations to have necessarily, by nature, a distinct accounting monitoring. So those activities need to be either very low or having a distinct accounting monitoring in the body itself, and of course the project itself needs to follow this condition. And something more, research organization getting into this action upon favorable terms. For this reason, they are not allowed to make available the outcomes of the project in full to an enterprise. It can concede just its own, because this would be considered as an indirect state subsidy. Having favorable terms, they can't convey a benefit in full to the enterprises without getting something in return, without getting some kind of consideration. Now, the eligible expenditures. even though I said earlier that I wouldn't refer to ερευνώ καινοτομό, ερευνώ δημιουργώ καινοτομό, in the previous program period, our goal, either you know it or not, I need to tell you that there is a difference in relation to the previous one. We have only direct personnel expenditure that need to be declared in the proposal in detail. We'll check them. All other expenses by the regulation 1060 may be monitored, checked, and we may give you 40% in relation to the direct personnel expenditure without having the liability and the obligation to present every single invoice for all different other issues. Mrs. Risopoulou will discuss that later. This facilitates so that we both, you and us, focus on what we are interested in an research project, meaning the successful outcome of the project. We do not want you to spend energy and time on details. We want you to focus on a successful outcome, to come up with an innovative outcome. The expenditures of 40% cover those provided by in Article 25, amortization of equipment, buildings, contracts, subcontracts, patents that you might need to purchase to complete the project, and some more additional general expenditures. So those represent 40%, but we want you to focus on the project and work on that so that the people working in produce finally the desired outcome. The fields of specialization are ready-made, and this is why there has been a lot of work on the part of the Secretary General and the team that set up. So those are the themes in 3 different levels. We receive them ready-made. We have materials, constructions, industry, tourism, culture, creative industries, agro-food chains, environment, circular economy, biosciences, health, drugs, transportation, supply chain, sustainable energy, and digital technologies. We'll accept proposals for all those axes. This is an indicative distribution allocation of the funds per priority field, per theme, which is indicative, and this allocation is follows the one we had in the previous program period. Duration of the project, interventions 1, 2, and 3, up until 36 months, whereas intervention 4 equal to the approved by Horizon Europe. A significant difference compared to the previous program, we have a 2 intervention with a direct assessment, evaluation. The goal being to have the project crossing the thresholds quickly and receive their funding immediately. Interventions 3 and 4 thus are having immediate evaluation and will be ready to kick off. However, intervention 1 and 2, where we have a great competition in terms of proposals, we can't do that, so we need to have a comparative one, a benchmark it, and concerning the evaluation criteria, they are very close to the Horizon criteria. It is something we did in the previous program period. You wanted it. Most of them submitting proposals wanted it. Two small differentiations, minor differentiation. Criterion A, the excellence, scientific and technical excellence, rated 0 to 5. Criterion B, results and impacts, the impact of the proposal, in other words. We have two sub-criterion, B1, 0 to 4.5, expected results and impacts, as B2 of Horizon, B2, the particular targeting of the action so that we have more patents, that the companies and the research organizations may apply more to acquire patents at European international level. And the proposal declaring that it shall do so, it will receive plus 0.5. Criterion C, quality and efficiency of the implementation, is divided again in two sub-criterion. C1, effectiveness of the implementation plan and capacity of stakeholders. C2, where a company or one of the companies involved in the project may demonstrate that already has an international patent. This demonstrates that the company has a research experience and is capable of concluding one more similar project. So this will give 0.5 credits more to the proposal. So those criteria, each one of them is multiplied by the corresponding weight. Of course, those criteria are specialized. You'll have them on the call. Meanwhile, depending on the intervention, the weighting has a different scoring. It is different. There's a different weighting in the intervention 3, where you wish to utilize the research outcomes of the previous one. So excellence has to play a very important role. It is totally different weight in intervention 2, where we have cooperative outcomes with a research organization. And let me stress that the evaluation and rating involves the 3 interventions, not the 4th one. The projects in the 4th intervention are already evaluated by Horizon. In every intervention, we have a different weighting and a different thresholds for scoring. Every criteria has its own threshold. They need to cross it, otherwise they are rejected. And the minimum overall scoring for a proposal, which needs to be higher than 10. Excellent, as mentioned, is 15, and not 5 as it used to be in the previous RFNO. So this is a difference, because we won't be having an average. We are focusing on the overall scoring. And if you look up the call, we are doing our best to avoid equal scoring. When there's a marginal ceiling, those that are more or less at an equal level, well, money should be enough to fund them all. Otherwise, they were all rejected. So that there's a clear rule where all proposals shall fall under a specific rating without having equal rating between two.
Πού έχουμε συνεργατικά έργα.
Where we have cooperative projects in 2 interventions, 1 and 2. Intervention 1. Necessarily, we need to have at least 1 SME. Intervention 2.
businesses plus research agencies, at least one SME, and one research body. When we have larger number of participants, we need over than 5, we need at least 2 businesses and at least 1 research body. Thus, in intervention 2, apart from the universities and research centers, we also have bodies that are considered to be research bodies. Also, we need to have a small and medium enterprise and other companies that are considered to be enterprises. Now, as regards the constraints, the first is that they need to have at least 1 financial year behind them. The second is that they need to apply for a certain amount of money. They need to show that they have the capacity to implement the project. So they enter with 60% of their highest turnover during the last 3 years. Businesses can participate in at least 5 proposals. And last, in the cooperative projects, businesses in total they have to participate for at least 30% of the budget. This is very important, and please pay attention to that. Let's see some examples now. We have intervention 1, independent company, a budget 300,000. This company needs a turnover at least 500,000 to apply. When you have a cooperative, for example, a budgeted at 510,000, and if one company has 210, then it should have 350 turnover. The other company participates with 300, so it needs at least 500 as a turnover. Intervention 2. We assume a cooperative project with 1 business and 1 research at 1 million budget. If the SME has 320 and 580 is the research body, then the company should have a turnover of at least 700, and the amount of the company should be at least 30%. We discourage, though, the 70-30 participation because it is controlled throughout the steps of the project. So if at the completion of the project we won't have 30-70, then we'll have a serious problem. So our proposal is don't play with the limits. If there is any failure, it should be feasible. This 30% doesn't regard one company. If we have a cooperation, all the companies should reach 30%. Intervention 3, an example, very easy. if it has 200, if it needs to apply for 1.5 million, it needs a turnover of 2.5 million. If the company has 750,000, then they can participate with a budget up to 450 in one or more proposals, up to 5. Let's now constraints for research bodies. They participate as an entity. They use the ELKE VAT if it takes part, and all the laboratories or departments or schools of an academic institution, for example, can be considered as one entity, one partner. Of course, in the physical scope, each body describes their own expertise. We want to show your expertise in detail in the description of the object, but not in the economic part. The economic part needs to be single, not fragmented down to various portions. Before I conclude, I am saying a few words about the businesses, for the businesses rather. Before submission of the proposal, you need to be registered in the register of beneficiaries. This is the link to see which companies need to be registered. You need to do that before your application. We are going to audit this, and rejections might be decided. Finally, I want to say that the Ερευνό Καινοτομό we got a certification last year from European Commission, and we are the plug-in tool for the EIC accelerator, which regards SMEs. We want to support the companies so that they can scale up. We have taken the role to be the first point. There are two ways to participate in the IEC accelerator, either right away to the European Commission with a very short description of the proposal and a video maybe, or now, when submitting the application, they can say that I am interested in the EIC accelerator as well. So we shall issue another call for the more innovative proposals, and then it will go through the first stage, through us, these 4 or 5 pages. But this regards not all companies, but only the SMEs that are in intervention 1 or 3. So these companies should see closely our EIC accelerator, so they can either go right away to the European Commission or to tell us that they are interested at the first step, and then at the second step, those that are eligible to continue, they can go at the second step to EIC Accelerator. I conclude here my presentation. These are the links to get some information. That's where all information can be found, all the supporting documents, our the legislation, the European and national legislation and regulations. Also, you can find the antagonistikotita.gr, our ESPA.gr, and our services webpage. We receive questions via email. We try to be quick. Unit A has said that this week is a week of questions. So all the questions shall be answered and will be uploaded on our webpage. So you won't need to ask the same thing twice. And I'm finishing with a couple of things. We have worked together in the program 1420, 713. Now, again, as the Secretary General said, we have a long experience. In this program, though, we have a change. We need all your supporting documents along with your proposal. There are no complementary documents. So we would never like to reject a proposal, a good proposal, because they miss a paper. So take your time, build a good dossier, confirm that all information is uploaded correctly. Everything is done via the system for reasons of transparency and simplification of the processes. The IT system is new for the whole ESPA. It's not like the one that you saw in the previous program. Mrs. Poulou is going to explain the differences. Don't leave anything for the end. We don't want you to have a good proposal but miss the deadline. No matter what questions you have, you can ask them. We are here to support you. Unit A and Infodesk of Antagonistikotita are with you. So we are here to answer all your questions. Be focused. And one last thing, which is outside the application process. I spoke about the evaluation criteria. We will need evaluators for these proposals. Please, all those who fulfill the criteria, please be registered in the EEC register. We are sure that we'll have very good proposals, and that's why we want to ensure that we'll have very good evaluators. But of course, you need to be focused on specific areas. But certainly we can both submit a proposal and be evaluators on a different area. We have a lot of money for research. Let's use it wisely. The ministers and the secretary know this action very well. They have studied all details. They believe in this program, so let's win this bet as well.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Είμαι η Μάρη Ρουσοπούλου.
I'm Mari Rusopoulou of Unit B, B1. Thank you all who are here for this presentation. Let's start with Unit B. Me, Mrs. Tanaka, and Mrs. Pali are the heads of Unit B1. I'm going to present the necessary aspects for monitoring the program. You have heard already some of the things that I'm going to explain. We have 4 interventions. I won't say anything more because you have heard all the details. So first, I'm going to start with an outline. Then the structure, and then the differences from the previous program. Duration, 3 years maximum. But it can be extended up to 1/3 of the initial duration. However, proposals will be streamlined with intervention 4 with duration equal to the approved in Horizon Europe. Regarding
μέχρι 40% είναι απαραίτητη η εγγυητική επιστολή.
It is necessary to have a letter of guarantee up to 40%. You have to be ready to get the money quickly. We need the certification from the auditor and the accounting departments. Again, we have for research bodies, we have again 40% without a letter of guarantee though. Verifications, 2 throughout the program, in between the 12th and the 24th month. In the middle of the program, please verify. You cannot submit a second request for verification, so you just have one chance. Please document it wisely so that you will get the funding. Projects to be implemented for up to 2 years need to submit the verification request in the midterm. Chartered accountants and auditors always help the organizational structure of requests and applications. And final verification within 3 months from the approved time of the project so that we don't delay the last installment. Categories of verifications, two basic categories, administrative and on-site. Most are remote, administrative, and you submit all documents via email or on the system. And on-site verifications, there is a team that goes to the project area to verify. You will always be prepared. We'll have a correspondence before verification, so you will be well prepared at the time of inspection. Both on-site and remote verifications should be the best they can. Especially for the on-site, we have correspondence so that you take care that you have the personnel, the spaces for hosting the inspectors, etc. Amendments. There's a major difference with the previous program. We have two basic categories of amendments of major significance with regard the physical and economic scope and financial scope of the project. Here we have a substantial change. That's why we call them major. And we have the minor amendments also, which are simpler. You can repeat them as many times as you want, and they are done on the OPSCE. Major amendments, indicatively, change of the scientific responsible, extension of duration, changes in the composition of the research team, transfer of a budget in between units, change of the man hours, change of the elements that modify the scope. The change of beneficiary is allowed only in the case of cooperations or joint ventures. Most such amendments are to be inspected, examined by relevant evaluators. The last case of change of beneficiary, also the monitoring committee will take part. Now, minor amendments, you can do them yourselves on the OPSCE system. You can change the legal representative or change the shareholders' composition, change the details of the beneficiary, or the locus, the place of implementation. For example, when the company changed headquarters, but within the same region. So we have 5 major changes throughout the project. Completion of scope and delivery of the project, of the program. This should take place on time. The project should be completed and functionable. And the certified scope should be over 50% of the initial plan. So please consider we want that we don't want any problems to emerge.
δράσεις. Πάμε τώρα σε κάτι πιο ειδικό, κάτι που συνήθως μας καίει όλους, την επιλεξιμότητα των δαπανών. Λοιπόν, επιλεξιμότητα.
Now, eligibility of expenditures.
Είναι με τον κανονισμό του 651,
Regulation 651, Articles 25 and 25A. According to the current legal and regulatory framework, eligible expenditures are the ones included in the budget of the and are related to the deliverables and are done only for implementing the action. They are legal, paid, and shown against invoices. Two basic categories: direct expenditures, only for personnel. All the remaining expenditures, as the previous speaker said, are covered by a 40% rate on the eligible personnel expenses. This is the first time that we have this approach, because we wanted to make implementation easier for everyone. We want you to focus on the project and not bureaucracy and not paperwork. And also we want verifications to be quick. Personnel HR personnel fee costs are for permanent personnel and for extraordinary personnel. We have, for example, some researchers we have people who are permanently hired by the company or those who are extraordinarily hired to help the completion of the project. We can also fund some contracts, as for example, working contract, project contract, additional work contract, and scholarships. Categories of personnel of research organizations now. University professors plus research centers. We can finance this way researchers so we can keep our researchers in Greece Also, we have special technical personnel for technical work that is needed for the project. categories of personnel in this case. Research personnel need at least a master's degrees or 5-year experience. Technical personnel and also we have a lot of types of personnel that we can use. It is important every time that you submit a proposal, you include the categories of personnel and then explain how each person contributes to the project. Maximum cost for man-hours, there's a change here in relation to the previous program. 4,000 euros per month for the whole action, plus 2,000 per month for the technical personnel.
Both are controlled in the implementation and certification of projects and expenditures correspondingly. Be careful, because we know that we have companies and organizations that have joined both programs to avoid exceeding those limits. Now, as we received many questions in the previous program, we have this slide on to put it clear. If one is already involved as a partner in a company, is it possible to be funded by EREVNO? The answer is yes, it is possible. However, he must follow the conditions for contract signing, that is, demonstrate that he follows the procedures. We stress that the offer of work shall involve only the implementation and not the managing expenditures. So those are not included, because we receive many questions if one is in a company may provide its service as a scientific person in the company. However, there are procedures to be followed, and above all, do it work for the scientific implementation of the project, with the exclusion of personal companies. The owner of a personal company, individual company, is not eligible to be funded by EREVNO. Some other clarifications. Natural persons involved in the implementation of the Act as subcontractors are not considered the beneficiary's personnel. Thus, subcontracting expenditures are not considered direct expenditure. It shall be funded by the 40%, be careful, subcontracting, and above all, personal subcontracting is not considered for the direct expenditures. The person of the beneficiary is not allowed to be employed in the Act for the provision of services contract or lease of work. Simplified and real costs. As mentioned earlier, we have two main ways to calculate costs. For the additional employment of staff of the research institutions, where necessary, we need to consider a simplified cost. For the personnel of companies, this is preliminary. If you wish for the companies, you can use the simplified
μπορείτε να χρησιμοποιήσετε το πραγματικό.
or the real.
Το πραγματικό
The real cost when it's mandatory, when we have overtime working hours, then necessarily you use the real cost method, or when you have scholarships involved.
επειδή το απλοποιημένο κόστος
As a simplified cost has been an issue, I'll discuss it a bit. I'll present some data, some elements, in order for you to understand the context where we use it. The magical number is 1,720 hours. Maximum available time for employment in co-financed project should not exceed 1,720 hours. So everything else shall be rejected. As for additional employment, the maximum time cannot exceed the same hours per year. And the overall hours that may be declared for every employee for a year or a specific month may not exceed the number of the hours used for the calculation of the mixed hourly cost of employment. In other words, when you calculate the simplified cost, the hours on the base of which you calculate it need to be 1,720. So I repeat, this is the magical number.
φύλλα χρονοχρέωσης. Είτε υπολογίζεται το ετήσιο ωριαίο κόστος.
In all those three cases, you need to take into account 1,720 hours.
Κάποια επιπλέον στοιχεία,
Additional data,
το ωριαίο κόστος της απασχόλησης
simplified payroll costs, which remains fixed during the implementation of the project. However, there is some kind of flexibility. It may be vary during the implementation if this is longer than 12 months on the basis of the latest data on the annual cost of employment. I clarify that the latest available data are relevant to the payroll cost of the previous year for every natural person, provided that it doesn't affect the defined budget. So you may amend and change the simplified cost in relation to specific landmarks, the 12th month and the 24th month as of the beginning of the project. Other eligible expenditures. As mentioned by Mrs. Kotsopoulou, tools and equipment amortization expenditure, buildings and fields, research on contract and additional expenditures and other operating costs as an immediate outcome of the project. The breakthrough of this action. For other expenditures, they are eligible without presenting the corresponding documents. That is, we certify the cost of personnel, and directly you have a 40% on this certified expenditure, so that you use it for those eligible expenditures. You do not need to present documents, however, both in terms of supporting documents or in the case of eligibility and conditionality, you need to keep them in case of control, that you have observed all those conditions. We offer this flexibility, however, respect that you need to the fact that those are the eligibles and not others. Non-eligible expenditure, be very careful. Those that are paid off in a non-pecuniary consideration, charges between the bodies of the consortium cooperation, internal charges between departments of the same body, that is, each body has its own expenditure, and if there's a consortium, one department may not purchase from the other. Excessive or irrational expenditure, no reasonable. We wish to receive fair costs. VAT, save the case where it can be recovered, and any other supporting document for expenditure issued before the starting date. Expenditures that are relevant to documents that have not been paid off until the elaboration of the final report. Management of project, secretariat, support expenditures. Well, it is very rare that we come across similar expenditure, and we repeat it once again, those are not eligible. Don't include them, because even though we do not check the invoices, the documents, we may do it, and the impact won't be positive. The fee of a coordinator or scientific responsible for the project, unless it implements a particular deliverable in the specific project, and of course bonuses and layoff compensation. Well, the differences from the previous action, well, of course, we have already presented them, but we want to repeat them so that everything remains clear. Concerning patents, that the focus, that there's a greater focus on this topic. The budget the maximum budget has been increased for intervention 1, 2, and 3. So we may have large partnerships and have similar projects that may let their impact footprint onto the research. For the budget, as explained by Mrs. Koutsopoulou, for the enterprises, when we have a consortium, a partnership, they need to participate by at least 30% of the project and 70% for the research organizations, which is cumulatively controlled at the final payoff of the project. I fully agree with Mrs. Koutsopoulou. Don't bring it up to the limit, the budget. Let it some kind of margin to avoid having problems upon conclusion. So, and allow us, of course, to move forward. Concerning patents, as mentioned by the Deputy Minister, patents are very important in now. So if you have promised that you will apply for a patent, such promise you need to keep it strictly. Otherwise, there shall be a penalty, 15%, and this particular fine will be imposed not to the one that didn't keep its promise, but to the entire consortium. So be very careful before declaring something upon integration in a way that you are able to fulfill it. However, there the patent expenditures are not eligible, even though, well, this particular article hasn't been concluded. I say so and we stress it so that you know that you are aware of the overall landscape you'll be having ahead. However, we encourage you to proceed because it is very important to have patents. Those are the final practical outcome of the entire effort. Other differences compared to the previous action, there's something new. We wish a progress report of the natural object of the project between the 12th and the 14th month as of the beginning of the project concerning the eligibility of expenditure, 4,000 per month for the total expenditure, verifications just 2, and something more. All verification requests must be accompanied necessarily by a certification of expenditures by the accountant. Only 2 categories of expenditure, personal expenditures and all others, are included in the single indicator of 40%. Concerning changes and amendments, up until 5 requests in total for each project. We have mentioned them earlier. A major difference, the verification requests are not accompanied by a request for amendment of minor importance. That is, any amendment or change you wish to have during the implementation and influence the verification request must be done earlier so that the verification requests are received clean, having already approved the amendments and proceed with the certification. As for the payment, here again we have significant differences. In the first request, we need to have the payment request accompanied by a certification of the auditor in relation to the status of the company, and of course the company must be registered in the corresponding list, as was the case. Back to 3070 of the budget concerning the companies and the research organizations. And for this reason I say that in case that the overall budget is lower than the 25%, then the project is disconnected, is deintegrated, which is one of the hardest terms, and this is why we stress it. This is why Ms. Kutsopoulou said don't do it. Don't do it to fit to its limits. Be generous so as to be close to the budget, but let in some kind of margin to avoid coming up with sad surprises. Thank you very much for your attention.
Δέσποινα, εσύ. Και τώρα θα καλέσω στο βήμα.
And now, I hand over the floor.
Για να το δω λίγο πώς πάει με το... Okay. Με τη σειρά μου, ναι. Ναι. Ευχαριστώ. Με τη σειρά μου σας καλωσορίζω.
Welcome to Έρευνα Καινοτόμου. I'll present was prepared with Mrs. Pascu. We are both officers at Unit A. I'll discuss the submission of a request at OPSCE. I'm quite concerned with the structure of this presentation. At the beginning, I was thinking to discuss a bit OPSCE. There are 3 slides that the company developing OPSCE has made available to me. So those are the particularities, the features of OPSCE. We deliver in the staging tests of the menu for submission, may verify that are already there, some features, some others, we were expecting them. It was mentioned by a minister that everything must be done electronically. It is very important because these structures shall be following us up until the end. OPSCE, it's the integrated information system for state subsidies. You may be familiar with it thanks to επιχειρηματικότητα. So the simplifications. There's a single code for every user, irrespective to its activity in OPSCE, be it coordinator, assessor, or controller, has a single code and a single profile for the beneficiary, evaluator, and controller. There is a single share for every beneficiary where infos concerning the beneficiary are submitted. Thus, we may draw them from whenever this is necessary. Communication via email and, of course, classified infos. If we are in OPSCE as users, we must have already declared that we are certified as such. Homogenization of data, which allows a universal reporting of information. We're expecting to see it. And expansion of interoperability. You'll see that in practice. And again, a panoptic picture of all competition or competitiveness and actions of everybody. That is, the profile of the beneficiary, access to sub-actions. We are speaking about 4 sub-actions. Each intervention is considered a different sub-action. The results, the fundings paid, and the users with which the beneficiary is related inside OPSCE. The profile of the user we may have access to the beneficiaries with whom it is involved, has relations, its role in each sub-actions, and its capacity in the project it participates. As for the project, the beneficiaries participating, the involved users, the course of the project, the fundings, and the thematic fields. And I continue, standardization of actions, predefined files for submission, assessor, and so on and so forth. I'll present later how we submit a request, dynamic choice selection of actions, creation of APIs so that third bodies may use the OPSCE interoperability. I'll show you later on how to submit documents and everything relevant. Full history, pre-filling in of the data of requests whenever this is feasible, dynamic eligibility controls and correctness of applications, and categorization algorithms for the proposed categorization. And last but not least, massive information publicity actions. And now I proceed. Now, there you can see how you may prepare yourselves for the baby steps. Who introduces the data for the funding request? A natural person, which is called OPSCE coordinator, which is identified with a single number. Well, at staging, that was my number on the slide. P00200799. So this is the way it is done. Next. Every natural person, which might be defined as a coordinator, must join in and get enrolled with the TaxisNet codes, and this is how it gets this identification number, which characterizes him or her throughout his life, as long as OPSCE exists, as long as the person exists and might be having different roles in the future. And again, a profile is built. You got Gov, where you can fill in thorough data. So check whether your profile has any mistake, correct them, or fill in what is missing, because in the future, when you'll be running your proposal, they might appear as missing, tormenting you. And it's a shame. Now, who defines the natural project person as a coordinator? The potential beneficiary, which is enrolled in OPSCE as well with TaxisNet codes. What we mean by that? The enterprise or the ELKE of the research organization. There you need to take into account the OPSCE manual. It helps you during those baby steps to create a profile, to understand how an OPSCE moderator, coordinator is assigned, and the potential beneficiary. We keep it as a term, and in the natural person profile, if something is wrong or missing, you need to do it in the case of the beneficiary of the subsidy. For example, you'll see later on that the beneficiary via either may draw automatically the sub-branches where the addresses might be wrong, and then you'll be having problems. For this reason, the coordinator, moderator of OPSCE is informed via mail by OPSCE, telling him that you were assigned OPSCE coordinator for such sub-action, ερευνό καινοτομού, and so on and so forth. And this is how the proposal is elaborated. This is a simple picture. This is the control panel. This is my profile. You can see the help desk. Personally, I used it in the beginning. I was using it at the beginning and it worked. I would receive answers. So I click funding request creation. Instead of this, you may come up with that, which is more detailed. This is the screen I'm given when I log in. You can see the beneficiary with the list where I'll be having all those legal entities, natural or legal persons in OPSCE that defined me, assigned me the role of moderator, OPSCE moderator. And the requests, there you can find them all. This is not a tutorial. Those are not live screens. They are frozen, and I've got them to show you the environment. So before moving on, let me tell you something concerning OPSCE. The structure of OPSCE is beneficiary-centered. We are familiar with PSUQE, there we had the concept of project-oriented environment. This might facilitate you. Bear it in mind.
Πάλι σας λέω, τώρα χρειάζεται να προετοιμαστείτε. Δεν ανοίγετε το πουσουκό και αρχίζετε και βάζετε πράγματα μέσα. Αυτό που σας λέμε είναι, υπάρχει καταρχάς το παράρτημα 1, έντυπο υποβολής, Part A. Εδώ σε αυτό το παράρτημα υπάρχουν όλα τα πεδία.
So here we have all the fields that you need to fill in. We also give guidelines how to fill the fields. Please study the guide. You'll need to enter a lot of information on the OPSCE system. You need to have everything on your desk. For example, your address, postal code, numbers for your company, everything. You need to have them. So this annex has a different structure of other paperwork. We have defined all fields here as well on this document. In the past, they wanted to show on screen all the information of the documents. With banners, for example, they remind us how we proceed, tag after tag, etc. So please be very careful when you read the instructions. Sometimes we are hasty and we don't read all the instructions, but it is very useful to read them through. After you finish with every tab, then you need to press update and store. After storing the information, Rather, if you don't store the information, they might vanish from your screen. This is also very important. This is a button called Additional Actions, and there you can check the completion percentage. You have to do verification, a check every now and then, so you will know whether you need to change anything. The system runs these checks every now and then, and you learn how to check everything. Also, you have to enter all your information. The system also shows some notifications because you cannot delete just one entry. You have to delete everything and then start again. So the structure of OFSCE is called tags of level 1, which are 6. We have the beneficiary, the identity of the beneficiary, electronic statement of SME, ID of application, ethics and code of ethics, and solemn declarations and supporting documents. So as you see here, the tables are expanded and it shows all the details. Now, for the first tab, we have the beneficiary. Here you can select the beneficiaries and the regulations. See, here you see my name as a coordinator, some details. This is a frozen screen. Here, for example, we have just one beneficiary in this example. To the left, you see this characteristic number of the beneficiary. And nearby, you see the article of the regulation. Always we need to refer the regulation which governs the proposal that we apply. In the end, you see that you can select your enterprise. In tab number 2, we have the identity of the beneficiary. Here we attach files with a description of the body and of the research team. In these cases, we also can have some references. Here you can set all the necessary parties of each team. Then, for all the members of the research team, you have to provide a bio, a curriculum vitae. The legal representatives. All the necessary scope figures and the financial figures. Some of the information can be drawn from your company's identifier. And further on, you need to mention whether you have any patents. We are speaking about the registry, the registration, the attachment of the registration certificate, which shows the date of your registration, etc. For also the quotas of the genders of personnel, if gender equality information is required for every specific project. Of course, we all make mistakes, so it's not so difficult to make a mistake. Here we can provide the electronic application of the small and medium enterprise. The details of the company, of the executives, the directors, of the associated companies, all the composition of all executive teams, etc. Here you see where the declaration has to be uploaded. In the next tab, We have the various kinds of beneficiaries. After you enter all the details, you can see the final description. And in the last tab, you need to enter the size of the beneficiary. The research bodies have to fill in the last tab. This is the particularity of the system. The structure of the various tabs are related to the ease of process of the information and not the completion of the file. Now, tab of second level, number 4, the ID of the application. Here again, we have the description of the project. As we said before, the physical scope can be detailed in up to 45 pages. Of course, this is a maximum. You can submit a smaller number of pages. So also we have the details of the scientific responsible. And then you have to select the place where the project is going to be implemented. Then we need to select exactly all the numbers describing the kind of activity of our company according to the state regulations. And also, we have the composition of the research team here. So let's speak about the research team composition. We need to provide details about the person who is responsible per beneficiary. And also, we need to include here the OPSCE codes for the person who is responsible for every beneficiary. It is very important to enter all the necessary fields in order to identify all the persons who are responsible for each step and for its role in the project.
Να μην επεξεργάζονται παράλληλα, γιατί είναι σίγουρα ποιες όλες τις εισαγωγές θα σωθεί. Όπως σε έργο εξακολουθεί ο συνδετής όψη και είναι το κυρίαρχο πρόσωπο, το οποίο θα κάνει την προσωποποίηση και την κριτική υποβολή. Μόνο στο πρόσωπο θα κάνει υποβολή. Στην δράση μας είναι το ίδιο που θα λέμε συντονιστή έργο. Επομένως, είναι αυτός που είναι υπεύθυνος.
We also have the person who is called coordinator, who is responsible for all correspondences, the flow of the steps, as per the description of the project on our web page. Research team composition. I'm going to show you a frozen snapshot screenshot so that you understand. Here we include as much information as we can because these fields feed indicators to rate the program. For example, the first code here are researchers working in supported research in premises, and the second code regards research positions that were created in the supported entities. So these indicators are very important in evaluating a project at the level of the European Union. So these are the new indicators that you see here with the new definition. This is an example. I have included 4 persons here. Stavroulapoulou, which is me. You can't see the VAT number, it's in black. You see the gender, a woman, a researcher, technical personnel, no, chemical engineer, etc. All the information are included here. Then I'm showing you Thanasis Panagiotopoulos in the second row. He is not a woman, he is a researcher, etc. But he is a new researcher, so he is counted on the second indicator. So the old researchers are counted on the old indicator, the first indicator, and the second indicator includes the new researchers. In the same way, we enter information for all the remaining persons. There is a conversation in the room which is not, and the people are not using the microphone, so we cannot hear to translate what they say. The speaker explains that the screenshot corresponds to the current version of the program as it was developed by the developer. All interfaces can be improved, but at some point you have to stop with improvements and finalize your project so that you can proceed to implementation. So this is the development that we selected for the structure of our program, and that's the screenshot that I'm showing you.
Και που λέει ειδικότητα, μπορείτε να περιγράφετε πράγματα, μπορείτε να βάλετε ειδικότητα. Βιολόγος, βιοχημικός, ξέρω εγώ αυτό. Ας βάλετε μια ευρύτητα, αν θέλετε, για το μέλλον, δηλαδή να μην σας είναι δεσμευτικό. Όπως ακούσατε και από τις προηγούμενες κυρίες, αυτό θα περάσει, είναι τροποποίηση, αλλά λογικές, εύλογες τροποποίησεις αυτές. Νομίζω αυτά ήθελα να σας πω εδώ, γι' αυτό σας έδειξα ειδική καρτέλα. Προσέξτε.
So be careful. This might be more difficult for research organizations because they do not define from the beginning all the involved parties. They might need more entries. I don't know how you'll manage it. Now, again, description of the funding request application. You need to, if there is the option of a patent, again, you need to describe certain things. There again, however, we have the units of the project and the deliverables, and in orange, a detailed table based on the deliverable. This is the most critical point. A cumulative table of beneficiaries' expenditure and a similar one regarding the expenditures of the project. Allocation of budget and public expenditure per unit, the funding scheme. Well, there you need to describe where from you're going to get the rest of the money. Private involvement data, which is not required, the timetable. You just fill in the 36 months period of the project and a Gantt chart for the time schedule for implementation and the RIS priority field, the last one. I'm getting back to this table that you can't see clearly, of course. The overall budget is made by each beneficiary for each deliverable. I had an example there on six deliverables, but unfortunately you can't see them well. Deliverable 1, unit 1. Let me give you an example. 4 times for personal expenditure. Well, let us say researchers such amount 36 months. Okay, I'm making mistakes, says the speaker. 3 researchers full-time, 3 years, max salary of 4,000. So better group them. The expenditures, salaries, whatever, of researchers. Then let us assume that you need 2 more for full-time again for the same time period, but against 3,000 euros per month. And 2 technicians full-time, 2,000 euros per month. You proceed with the calculation. Those are the entire expenditures, 3 entries for the personnel of the first deliverable. And then you need to calculate the 40% of such a total amount and put in an entry. Enter it. The system does not calculate alone those data. However, when controlling the correctness, it might tell you you are missing this 40%. So, by filling in the months and the salaries, you will come up with the desired figure. So you start from the deliverable. This is the beginning. You might need to produce some Excels until you come up with the financially required outcome. The fifth unit now. Observing rules of funding, where we got some prerequisites, some conditions of non-financial activities for a research organization, of non-financial activities of other bodies that are considered as research organization, observance of national and community rules, and there you need to submit the substantiating documents for beneficiaries, the legal establishment, and other documents. If we're speaking about partnership, you need to present the cooperation agreement. There, wherever there are comments and you are given the option to fill them in, don't neglect it. Even for the actual beneficiary, if it is known, describe that I have the document of such beneficiary because due to such article or tarara, substantiate somehow everything you submit, because you won't be given the option to submit at a later stage comments, additional documents, and so on and so forth. And the indicators. Which is something different. It is explained in the file. Intervention field. Well, those are not the interventions we've been referring earlier on. There we have the outflow indicators and the result outcomes indicators that you need to fill in. All the indicators as expected are declared there. Be careful. Go through them carefully. And we have elaborated an analysis on the indicators NSRF. Those involve the entire NSRF. So I repeat, this is not a difficult task, but be careful. And the last point, the last unit, ethics and security. Well, this is a list where you answer yes or no, adding up some explanations wherever required. Those are relevant to Horizon as well, so we go hand in hand, and this is why we have adopted them. And I'll conclude. Friendly recommendations. Fill in the required information as correctly as precisely as possible, flexibly, so that it might adjust in the future any eventual changes. Fill in, as I mentioned earlier, the comments field, even if this is not necessarily required, even if this is not mandatory, because you will not have any other option to correct, to submit an additional substantiating document and so on and so forth. So exploit and explore all those fields. And last but not least, we always say so when there is a call. Submit it at a reasonable time period before the deadline, not just few days. The system has developed of an independent company involves few hundreds of fields, but when we are speaking about consortia partnerships, be prepared, because in case, well, the correctness, fullness control might present you issues. And again, the difference is 30-70% up until 5 proposals. 5 proposals in total is controlled by the system. 30-70% is not controlled by the system. We wanted it to be so, but it isn't. The ceiling, the upward ceiling is checked, but those developing the system sometime refuse to add according to our recommendations, and they just claim you'll do that later on your own. And good luck to all of us. Thank you, we thank you all. Thank you for your patience. So many people interested in the action. We'll take a short break now.
Γεύμα, επιστρέφουμε 2 η ώρα. Στις 2 θα πούμε για τη δημοσιότητα και θα ακούσουμε τις ερωτήσεις σας, προσπαθώντας να απαντήσουμε όσο περισσότερες από αυτές μπορούμε. Ωραία. Με ειδοποιούν ότι τώρα μπορείτε να με ακούσετε. Επιστρέψαμε μετά το διάλειμμα. Τώρα θα δώσω το λόγο στη...
We are back after the break and I'll give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Manoli, from the publicity team, which of strategic importance with specific conditions. We'll tell you some things on it because it's good that all those involved in the co-finance project be aware of the impact of non-observing those conditions. Antonia, you have the rule. Good afternoon. So we'll discuss a few things on publicity and communication, one of the main priorities of the new program period, as it is the case always in NSRF. I'll repeat that our action is of strategic importance for the competitiveness program, meaning it expresses the main goals of the program under specific rules. Measures. What is the context? The rule 106 and particularly
50. Και υπάρχει και το παράρτημα 9, στο οποίο δίνονται οι τεχνικές
Technical specifications in Appendix 9. 47 regards logo that needs to be in all papers.
Για την επικοινωνία είναι πρώτα απ' όλα να κατασκευαστεί ένας ιστότοπος, εν προκειμένου υπάρχει ο ιστότοπος της νέας δράσης, ερευνώ καινοτομό, να δημοσιεύεται το χρονοδιάγραμμα των προσκλήσεων. Επίσης, η διαχειριστική αρχή πρέπει να καταρτίζει καταλόγους πράξεων με τα βασικά στοιχεία, όπως τα βλέπετε στην οθόνη, δηλαδή επωνυμία, έναρξη, λήξη, προϋπολογισμό, τίτλο του έργου κτλ. Οι δικαιούχοι έχουν εκ των προτέρων ενημερωθεί ότι θα καταρτιστεί αυτός ο κατάλογος. Επίσης, το οποιοδήποτε υλικό επικοινωνίας της δράσης θα πρέπει να είναι διαθέσιμο σε όργανα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, εφόσον ζητηθεί. Μία σημαντική υποχρέωση των δικαιούχων είναι να αποδέχονται τη συμπερίληψή τους στον κατάλογο των πράξεων που θα δημοσιοποιήσουμε βάσει των όσων ορίζονται στον κανονισμό. Τώρα, ποιες είναι, να πάμε στο άρθρο 50 του κανονισμού, που ορίζει τις υποχρεώσεις των δικαιούχων της δράσης. Πρώτα απ' όλα, σύντομη αναφορά της πράξης στον ιστότοπο και στα social media, όπου θα περιλαμβάνονται και οι στόχοι και τα αποτελέσματα του έργου. Και σίγουρα θα υπάρχει η αναφορά στη συγχρηματοδότηση από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Επίσης, στα έγγραφα και υλικό επικοινωνίας θα επισημαίνεται με εμφανή τρόπο η στήριξη από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση.
The support from the EU. Thanks to the specific funding, our projects have no liability of labeling concerning at the site of implementation, because those aren't physical interventions. However, they need of a banner of specific dimensions, and later on we'll see the way how you'll make them, how you can produce them, because they need to have a uniform appearance. Instructions for publicity and communication of NSRF, the logo, together with the sentence with the co-funded by the European Union. And again, we need to have a single Signaling, well, I will tell you where you may find such material. So the site of the managing authority on competitiveness, there you can see it. On this link you can find the logos and everything required in all forms of communication. The flag of the EU, the logo of Antagonistikota, Competitiveness, and the logo of NSRF, together with a sentence co-funded by EU. More instructions you can have on ESPA.gr, where you can come up with the NSRF guide programming period 2027. Now let us see where you need to have them on, the logos. Those logos on the slide together with the sentence. 3 logos and 1 sentence. On all contracts, on all documents, calls, calls for tender, website of the beneficiary and the project, social media. And on all electronic documents and material that are produced in order to disseminate the results of the project. A brief presentation including goals and results, stressing the funding support by the Union. In the case of partnerships, the logos and everything need to be on the pages of all partners. On all material and scientific publication, there need to be the following sentence, co-financed by the European Union and Greek national funds through the program Competitiveness under the call. In case that the beneficiary decides to take communication and promotion measures that are not stated clearly on the guide, then it needs to ensure all the aforementioned together with other actions that might not be funded by the EU but from own sources. And again, all activities and material relevant to communication need to be accessible to people with impairments. And the regulation states that if there is an overlapping of responsibilities regarding the 2 program periods, the logo to be followed is the ones funding currently, eventually, the specific project. Information, diffusion, actions and support to the beneficiaries. The new website, first of all, relevant to the service, and independently the action itself. This is a print screen of the service web page. You can see the previous program, the RRF and the Ερευνό Καινοτομό. Clicking on Ερευνό Καινοτομό, this is the first page where you can have everything relevant to the call, the publicity actions throughout the entire program period, where everything shall be posted on. And again, we'll be posting useful instructions and supporting documents for the beneficiaries. There is again a help desk. Mrs. Kutsopoulou referred to it earlier, where you can send your questions when when you want to submit a proposal. In terms of communication, we'll be having information meetings to be held in 7 different cities. This is the first one, and all publicity needs to be accessible to people with impairments. Practically, the implementation of banners and on our site on nsrf.gr, you can have the link where you can create the banner and the manual as well. On the left, the first screen, you choose the size. On the right, you fill in the specific data of the project. On the screen with the description, you have the two sentences implemented in the framework of Ερευνό Καινοτομό and so on and so forth, which must be on the description. We choose ανταγωνιστικότητα first as a program, and main target goal we choose. What is written on the slide anyway, says the lady. And you will have instruction as to the content of the banners. I stress again the need for uniformity. As for the logo of ανταγωνιστικότητα, well, you may choose a photo which shall be a specific one, the graphic design of the action as prepared by the managing authority of ανταγωνιστικότητα. And an example, we have the support of the special service ανταγωνιστικότητα to achieve our goals, our promotion and communication program, and we are in a continuous communication and contact with them to get in the public to get in contact with the managing authority. We have the office at Πλατεία Κλαθμόνος Info Sport, all live by call, only fixed telephony, and of course electronically. The publicity actions are supported by the publicity team of research and innovation. Thank you.
Θα περάσουμε τώρα στο επόμενο κομμάτι.
Let's move two questions to the Q&A session. Some of them have already been answered. We've got them in hand. To save time, to answer the higher number of questions, we'll group the questions and we'll try to answer them in that way, not one by one. For this reason, you may take the mic or raise your hand if you have a question. And after collecting some questions, with the assistance of my colleague, we'll try to help while we elaborate all the others that we have already received, particularly of those online. If there are questions rather specialized, we might discuss them at a later stage. Currently, we would welcome particularly questions relevant to some more general topics. I'm sure you have particular issues, but we can discuss them at a later stage, those that are more specialized. The lady on the third row. Your name and the body you represent, you are coming from. Good afternoon. Mado Carvelli from Eketa Met, Sustainable Mobility Institute. I've got 4 questions concerning the eligible expenditure. You've mentioned that personnel is a direct expenditure and 40% flat for all others. I cannot understand, well, there is no reference to indirect expenditures. Is this a specific rate on the direct, as it used to be until today, or we consider it an integral part of 40% all other expenditures, so we decide how we manage this rate? And again, 40% other expenditure, which are direct, I assume, simply 40% of the personnel expenditure. Am I correct? This is my understanding, at least. Third, concerning the hourly costs of personnel, you've mentioned that in a simplified cost it needs to be fixed, and if it changes it must be on month 12 or 14. Is it valid for the real cost as well? Concerning the value of equipment, you referred to amortization. So there is an issue, okay, this is how it is recorded and this is what we need to do. However, as there is a recent rule as of August 22 stating that independent of the source, we consider overall values and not amortizations. So there you mentioned as eligible amortizations throughout the term of the program. If they invest on a research equipment of high cost, well, we need to consider the coverage as well. As for sometimes, due to the procurement law, procedures run very slow, so we'll be running out of time. And I'm speaking about the academia and the research institutes. And the last question, as we select implementation site and research organization, I have annexes, branches, put them where you wish. The site, the implementation site, well, how exactly is it restrictive? The project team needs to be there, or we may utilize personnel from other sites. Let us assume that the site is in Thessaloniki, but in the project team we may have people of another branch in Athena or an island. Can we do that? Somebody else? Good afternoon. Georgia Papadaki from Josh Passion Regling Technology Company. And additional questions connected to the first question of the previous speaker on 40% other expenditure. So my question is as follows. If a potential beneficiary has only personal expenditures and expenditure for the auditor, no travels, no subcontractors, no equipment to implement the project, such 40% shall correspond to the indirect operating costs of the previous calls, plus the payment, the fee of the auditor. If I have 100,000 for personnel, 40,000 shall be for the auditor and the indirect operating costs. Thank you. Mr. Karidakis. Good afternoon. Georgakopoulos. I'm president of the Association of Greek Inventors. Well, I would like to ask if the patents until today have a say in this activity, meaning if somebody would like to utilize it somehow, or could he alone or with the assistance of somebody else join in? You've mentioned 0.5%, 0.15%. Those are fees in case a patent is made available, is given to somebody. And the entire procedure, if a project runs well, what is the intention to have a project in the market? Would that be the happy conclusion? What is the philosophy? Is it as such that we come up with a product that we may sell? What are we trying to do? And I would welcome the Ministry to answer to the first question, that is there a place for patents already existing in this context, in this framework? Good afternoon. Thank you for the meeting and your effort. George Karidakis, Aegean University. For τεχνοβλαστούς that are exempted, which I haven't seen on the final call. What is the reason? And if somehow this point could be updated. Hello, Papavasiliou, professor from the engineering school of the Polytechnic School of Athens. First of all, subsidizing the monthly cost of researchers is 4,000 per month, mixed. I assume that this is not this is the maximum that might be given. That is, if one gets 5,000 per month, he might declare 0.8 so as to come up with the corresponding correct amount through the 12 months time period. Second, in this 40% you mentioned earlier as a flat rate expenditure, would we include the diffusion costs, seminars, travels that might be needed for the completion of the project? Because you've never mentioned something precisely on that, and we can't be sure whether they fall under this 40%. And you've mentioned that there are some significant amendments therein we may have different changes at a rate of 25%, which was in the past considered as a normal one, and no specific request was demanded. Nowadays, even a minor change would require a request for amendment. And concerning the results on the integration of the project. Have you got a specific time schedule ahead? One more question to prepare the answers, to give us time to prepare the answers. And we'll continue. The gentleman down there. Good afternoon, Papanikolaopoulos from Etmonike Company. We introduce in the system the direct personnel costs and 40% for expenditure without any other explanations. In the technical description, do we have to write in detail what it involves, equipment, travels, and so on and so forth? And do we need to cost it beforehand? I'll try to answer some of them, and then I'll give the floor to my colleagues. Starting from the last point, no, 40% does not require costing. Let me clarify that it's clear it doesn't require costing. However, if you intend to purchase equipment for the implementation of the project, if you intend to present something in a conference, things that are included and we would welcome in the framework of the project, it would be nice to highlight them in your proposal. The fact that we won't pay them, well, this doesn't mean that you don't have to mention that I intend to buy a spectrograph. And in terms of the indicators, well, we are asking what is expected to be the result of the project. Necessarily, you need to describe what are your final intentions. You don't have to connect necessarily with the cost. However, whatever makes your proposal appearing more appealing, well, that would be good to have it in. Okay, there was another question. Clearly, participation in conferences, travels may be included. Check Article 25, the last bullet. Those are the costs, expenditures enumerated therein. Patent cost is not eligibility, as mentioned earlier, which appears rather oxymoron, while appreciating a patent at the end of a project. All the preparation, however, for the preparation of a patent, that is the man hours that shall be invested on the part of the company to prepare the patent, well, this is what it is not is, and this is because is relevant to the fees of those working in the project, but you can have such money from Horizon. Personal fees involve a different article of the regulation and do not fall under either 40 or 60%, but you can get it directly from the community. The preparation of the patent, which is a goal of this action, they are eligible. In relation to 40%, somebody asked about amortizations. Amortizations are in this 40%. What we can't resolve, and we understand your concern, we did have something similar in the current program period, amortization shall be 40-20-40 as provided in the national framework, and we cannot do otherwise. We cannot otherwise amortize full. But the concept 40-40-20 remains as such, and as it used to be in the previous program period. I agree with Ms. Kutsopoulou. All other eligible expenditures, conferences, travels, all other expenditures are necessary for the project are included in this 40%. Is there something more that you wanted to say on 40%? The entire work. Indirect expenditure, 15%, which until now covered managing expenditure, those do not exist. This is not eligible any longer. 40% needs to cover everything we have mentioned earlier and not non-eligible expenditure. Secretariat managing cost, well, is not eligible and cannot be paid by this 40%. Let me add something more on 40%. Somebody asked online whether the single coefficient is round 40% or just for precisely 40%. Well, it is precisely 40% when submitting the proposals and during the certification of expenditures. The certification shall be on personnel expenditure, and 40% shall be paid without supporting documents. So this amount will be given irrespective to whether you have invoices, documents or not. However, you need to keep a different, separate accounting in connection with the Article 25, which means that you might have equipment amortization, travels, publicity. You can't neglect having publicity for the project. So all those in the accounting share of the project shall be recorded and paid by this 40%, which will be collected by us when we certify the personnel expenditure. As for the side of implementation and the restrictions, the lady asked whether researchers may participate from a different body. The research organization needs to declare one side, so departments may refer, let's say the department of a university or an institute may cooperate with another one, a different one, of course. However, different schools in different regions cannot cooperate because in different regions absorb funds from different resources. We cover expenditure, personal expenditures, and it was correctly mentioned that subcontracting, where a person might be working remotely from abroad, shall fall under this 40%, not as direct expenditure. The personnel needs to have the official status as described earlier and the site of implementation.
Έφη, να το πω εγώ. Είναι η πρώτη φορά που οι συμβάσεις μισθωσίας. It's the first time that contracts have differences than before. Those who work on contract, they should work at the location of the company or the body that executes the project. So we have a contract. The project is to be implemented at the location of the contract. This is the first time when we see a person working in different projects, then they need to fill in global timesheets. This is obligatory now, not optional as in the past. In the past, when a beneficiary had many projects, then they would fill in the timesheets. But now it is obligatory for them to provide these timesheets. As regards indirect expenditures, in table 1251, we read that indirect expenditures are 40% of the HR expenditures. So these include all the subcategories that you have analyzed. So what about the deductions? If we consider deductions, then the project gives negative figures. Otherwise, we should fund the deficit of the project, which results from the deduction required by the Greek law. So 40% is direct, related to the project. So, but these are flat rates. If there is any deduction from authorities, we are not interested about it. If there are any expenses which are not eligible, then we can't do anything about it. You are going to see whether for you it is interesting to submit a proposal. We cannot finance any expenditure which is not eligible according to our regulations. You mentioned travels, conferences, etc. Yes, of course, you can include these types of expenses in your specific in the specific category. So what you said about ELKE, about VAT, etc., According to the regulations, these are not eligible costs. This is very clear. We can't do anything about it. These are the rules of the game, and they have been like that forever.
Σωστό, σωστό. Όχι, όχι. Από εταιρείες το είχαμε ακούσει γι' αυτό το λέω. Σωστό. Όμως, οι κανόνες του παιχνιδιού είναι ξεκάθαροι από την πρώτη στιγμή.
The rules are very clear regarding eligibility.
Ό,τι είναι επιλέξιμο από το 651 είναι για το μας. Η κυρία Ρωσοπούλου σας απάντησε ότι το είπε στην παρουσίασή της, ότι δαπάνες για έξοδα διαχείρισης.
As we said in the presentation, management fees are eligible.
Ο ΕΛΚΕ μας τα κρατάει για τη διαχείριση του έργου. Γιατί στον ΕΛΚΕ ή στο κεντρική υπηρεσία ενός ερευνητικού οργανισμού έξοδα διαχείρισης που πάνε στον ΕΛΚΕ είναι επιλέξιμα και σε μια επιχείρηση τα έξοδα διαχείρισης δεν είναι επιλέξιμα? Μιλάμε για έμεσα, αποφασίζουμε, μιλάμε για έξοδα διαχείρισης ή για έμεσες δαπάνες?
We need to decide whether we speak about management fees or
Λοιπόν, οι έμεσες δαπάνες που προβλέπονται στον 650, στο άρθρο 25
or external expenses.
είναι επιλέξιμα.
Management fees are eligible. Unfortunately, the questions are not heard, so we cannot hear to translate.
Συγγνώμη. Δεν νομίζω ότι δεν ενδιαφέρει και όλους. Θα ξεκαθαρίσουμε ότι υπάρχει η παλιά κατηγορία ε1.
We have the old category ER1 and 40% on that. That's the only thing.
Διαφημιστικά να πούμε ότι στην ιστοσελίδα της δράσης είναι αναρτημένος 651.
651 is posted on our webpage.
Συγγνώμη, αλλά να προχωρήσουμε και τις άλλες απαντήσεις. Για το 40%. Αυτό το οποίο εμείς γνωρίζουμε μέχρι στιγμής είναι αυτό που ήδη σας ανέφεραν οι συνάδελφοι μέχρι τώρα και το οποίο γράφει.
As we know, what we know is written in the invitation. The documents for these fees will not be brought to our unit for audit, only for personnel expenses. Always, we need to keep all the expenditure related to the project. We know that there is no consequence quantified for the moment regarding the percentage you need to hold when you get audited. So there is always the possibility for an audit. During auditing, you need to present your overall expenses. All member states have this question because there are question. There are discussions all over Europe now. So as soon as we have any clarification, we're going to convey them to you. Regulation says up to 40%. 40% is a fixed percentage. If 40% expenses are lower. For the moment, if you can manage to implement the project with expenses which are lower than 40%, there are no consequences. But there are cases, I assume that in some projects, 40% is not enough. So you have to be very cautious to consider your budget so as you can reach this 40%. So if you spend less, there's no consequence, but there is no provision if you need more. For the moment, the state can use various types of actions. So when we started designing the new program, and exactly because we saw we exploited this opportunity because this way we wouldn't have the burden of many extended documentation. So we saw that in some cases, in some cases it's more than 40, others less than 40, so the balance is at 40%. So this is a fixed single rate of 40%. You do not have any further question because we have many people who are waiting for the microphone.
Ρώτησε ο κύριος Γεωργακόπουλος σχετικά με τα διπλώματα ευρεσιτεχνίας. Η κατοχή διπλώματος ευρεσιτεχνίας είναι κάτι το οποίο πραγματικά μας ενδιαφέρει στη δράση. Όπως είδατε, όταν μια επιχείρηση κατεβάσει είτε ως μεμονωμένη είτε ως μέρος μιας...
When a company has already a patent, from a European or international level, then they get a bonus of half a point in capacity.
Είναι κάτι που είναι στη στόχευση της δράσης και καλούμε τις επιχειρήσεις που κατέχουν πατέντα να έρθουν και να υποβάλουν, είτε μόνοι τους είτε σε συνεργασία.
So those companies that have a patent could apply. Regarding the 4,000, 4,000 per month per person, not per project, but for the whole action. So if the person is paid more, this is not our business. The maximum that we give is 4,000 per month.
Πολύ σωστά μπορούν να συμμετέχουν σε 2 έντομα, 2-2, σε 4 με 1000 κλπ. Εντάξει, αυτό θα ελέγχεται κατά
Συγγνώμη, να διορθώσω. Αυτό σε 4 με 1000. Οκ, απλά προσέξτε το εκλογικό κόστος. Δεν μπορεί κάποιος να έρθει και να πει ότι...
Of course, you have to document on a justifiable manner. For example, you cannot say that for 1 hour I need 4,000 per month. Regarding amendments, no matter how small or big is the amendment, it is an amendment. So they have to be submitted as minor amendments. They need to be inspected and then update the content. Fixed rate.
Μόνο στο απλοποιημένο. Ναι. Όχι. Μόνο στο απλοποιημένο.
The answer to the question that we did not hear is only in the simplified version.
Να εξηγήσω λίγο το σκεπτικό. Το πραγματικό κόστος είναι ό,τι πραγματικά δίνεται και τα παραστατικά τα οποία το συνοδεύουν είναι αυτά που πραγματικά...
The actual cost plus documents are given every month. Simplified cost is an assumption. So we have this an assumption which is based on the cost of the previous year. We want this to be stable, fixed for all of you. However, we can be a little bit flexible on the 12th and 24th month. So we use as a basis the last documented year, financial year. So that's why we set these 2 milestones.
Ναι, αυτό που πρέπει να επισημάνουμε, το οποίο ισχύει και στη συγκεκριμένη προγραμματική περίοδο, είναι ότι αν ένας εργαζόμενος ξεκινήσει με πραγματικό κόστος, πρέπει να ολοκληρώσει με πραγματικό κόστος.
An employee starts with actual cost, they have to complete with actual cost, or if it is simplified cost, then they should finish with simplified cost. We cannot change the category of cost. Another question from University of the Aegean regarding startups. The question was that in the pre-announcement there was a favorable provision, and the Secretary General is going to explain why we rejected this favorable provision in the final text. In our first publications 1 year ago, we thought that startups could have a more favorable management. But then we saw that this could create some problems, which would be negative for the proposal. So we excluded startups so they have the same characteristics with all others. We are preparing an action which is related to καινοτομό. So from this action, we will have a lot of new amendments. So in the next period, we will be in the position to announce this about the startups. Mr. Papavasiliou asked about the timeline of inclusion. Of course, we understand that how many applications is going to guide our decision. You remember that the interventions 1 and 2 are comparative. So we can say that initially we want to see in 2024 some integrations. And then if we manage to have all in 2024, this is going to be better. Furthermore, there is no process for complementation in integration. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is the speed. But the disadvantage is that your electronic dossier should be impeccable. Let's now start a QA from the online audiences. Regarding Unit B, shareholder of a company, how do they participate? Yes, they can be a physical person. Of course, they need to cover all the requirements. Paragraphs of the regulations provide all details and all explanations.
Πρέπει λοιπόν να τηρηθούν αυτές οι διαδικασίες. Αν τηρηθούν αυτές οι διαδικασίες, μια χαρά μπορεί να συμφέρει. Λοιπόν, στην προκήρυξη της δράσης αναφέρεται ότι οι ασφαλιστικές εισφορές είναι επιλέξιμη δαπάνη εφόσον αυτές βαρύνουν
Insurance fees, are they an eligible expense?
δυνητικής δικαιούχου εταιρείας συμπεριλαμβάνονται και οι εργοδοτικές ασφαλιστικές εισφορές ή δηλώνονται μόνο οι μεικτές αποδοχές πληρωτέου ασφαλιστικής.
Do we include insurance fees or only the gross salaries?
Συμπεριλαμβάνονται και οι εργοδοτικές ασφαλιστικές.
The employers' contributions are to be included.
Επομένως, ναι, συμπεριλαμβάνονται και οι εργοδοτικές ασφαλιστικές εισφορές. Συνεχίζω στη δεύτερη ερώτηση. Είναι πλέξιμη αμοιβή τακτικού προσωπικού του φορέα της επένδυσης με σκοπό τη διαχείριση υλοποίησης του έργου. Με σκοπό τη διαχείριση.
Is it eligible to have a permanent personnel to manage the project? No, this is not eligible. But a permanent personnel can be considered as a technical personnel for the implementation of the project, not the management, the implementation.
Ο συγκεκριμένος άνθρωπος είναι τεχνικό προσωπικό και κάνει γραμματιακή υποστήριξη, αυτό δεν είναι επιλέξιμο.
If they do administrative work, they are not eligible. If they are technical personnel, in the laboratory, for example, then they are eligible.
Υπάρχει ένα δεύτερο κομμάτι. Αν μήπως κατανέμεται η εδώ ανθρωποπροσπάθεια στα πακέτα εργασίας του έργου, πραγματικά αυτό δεν θα το πω εγώ, θα το πείτε εσείς. Εσείς ξέρετε πώς γίνεται η κατανομή.
Allocation in various work units is something about you, and I cannot explain anything about that. In personnel costs, can we have new permanent personnel? That they can be hired for the project and they will remain in the company? The answer is yes, and we want this to happen. We want new hirings, new jobs. And it will be good that these people are hired for the project and then they will remain. Will you give us any template of part B, or shall we make this? This is the part B that you know from Horizon. We follow the instructions of Horizon. If you see our website, you will see the instructions, how to write it, the font even to use. 60% of turnover, is it for one company or all the companies of a joint venture? 60% regards the proposal. A closed financial year, what does it mean? If a company was established last year, then they cannot apply. They should have at least one full financial year. How can zero-budget company utilize IPRs? We can't have zero public expense for any partner.
Το consortium μιας πρότασης. Δηλαδή, αν βάζαμε εταίρους με μηδενικό προϋπολογισμό στο έργο, θα μπορούσε να αλλάξει τους όρους ότι πρέπει να συμμετέχει μια μικρομεσαία επιχείρηση.
Otherwise, we should change the terms of participation.
Παρέμβαση δύο, ότι πρέπει να έχεις δύο επιχειρήσεις, θα μπορούσε να επηρεάσει και την κατοχή πατέντας και όλα αυτά. Οι εταίροι που συμμετέχουν στο έργο είναι μια ερώτηση που δεχόμαστε γενικότερα και υπάρχει και συχνές απαντήσεις που θα εκδώσουμε. Οι εταίροι που συμμετέχουν στο έργο συμμετέχουν
The partners of the project are partners in both the physical and the financial part.
Επίσης, είναι σημαντικό, δεν αποκλείουμε κανέναν από τη δράση.
No one is excluded from the action, but it is important whoever participates in the project should document the necessity of their contribution.
Αυτό δεν αποκλείουμε την πρόταση που θα έχει κάποιον ο οποίος δεν συμμετέχει στην πραγματική έρευνα, αλλά βαθμολογείται αρνητικά στο κριτήριο Γ.
Otherwise, they will have a negative rate on criterion C.
Ότι όλοι οι εταίροι που είναι στη σύμπραξη συμμετέχουν πραγματικά στο ερευνητικό κομμάτι της πρότασης και ότι δεν μπορούν, είναι απαραίτητη η παρουσία του στο έργο. Δεν είναι κανείς περιπτώσει αυτήν την ομάδα.
No one is, everyone should participate.
Παρακαλώ, υπάρχει ένα ερώτημα ακόμη, πολύ ενδιαφέρον, σχετικά με την κατανομή του ποσού αναπεριφέρειας.
As regards allocation per region, for intervention 2, do we have allocation in between different partners when we have companies from different regions or locations? Every partner gets funding from the implementation region. If we have a company based in Crete, while they have a store in Attica, then they can have the administrative part in Crete and the research part in Attica.
Από περιφέρειες ή από άλλα υπουργεία. Δεν πηγαίνουν τα χρήματα στο συντονιστή φορέα και αυτός τα μοιράζει. Ο κάθε ένας αντλεί τα χρήματά του.
Every part gets their own funding.
Από την υπηρεσία. Από το ΝΕΙ και της Γενικής Γραμματείας. Υπάρχει άλλη μια ερώτηση.
There's one more question related to whether a company has main headquarters in Attica, but they want to implement the project in a region which is less developed. Can they have a store there after the implementation of the project? This is an exception for foreign companies. A foreign company can have its seat at a member state of a different European country, and they can open a shop in another country.
Είναι μια δυνατότητα που δίνεται στις ξένες επιχειρήσεις, όχι στις ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις. Πληροφόρηση σχετικά με το πρόγραμμα υπάρχει πάρα πολύ.
information about the product, about the program. There are many. There are a lot of information on our website. You can find in Word all the documents that you need, declarations, the templates, the documents that you need to submit. Everything is online. Five more questions and we will finish, say the moderators. We group the questions and we answer them all together.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Από το Πανεπιστήμιο Δυτικής Αττικής Ιάκας. Ήθελα να ρωτήσω σχετικά με τις πατέντες. Εγώ είμαι σε ένα τμήμα και οι εταιρείες που συνεργαζόμαστε έχουν σχέση με τα ακουστικά, την ακουστική βιομηχανία, το animation και το gaming.
What about animation and gaming?
Εμείς δεν έχουμε πατέντες, αλλά έχουμε βραβεία σε διεθνείς διαγωνισμούς, συμμετοχές με τον επόμενο.
We have a lot of awards in international contests. In audiovisual. Do you have something similar with this 1% that you mentioned? When we have international prizes, for example? In Cannes, for example, some awards, etc. We don't have any patents, but we have prizes. Can we include them? Based on the phrasing of the program, we need patents from a participating company, not European body.
Ευρωπαϊκή ή διεθνής πατέντα. Ωραία. Αυτό που λέτε όμως, σαφέστατα λαμβάνεται υπόψη, σαφέστατα αξιολογείται από τους αξιολογητές μας και σαφέστατα μια ομάδα η οποία έχει τέτοιες διακρίσεις θα πάρει ένα
A team which has these types of awards are going to get a good rank. Maybe not the half unit of the patent, but of course you're going to describe your award and it's going to count for your final mark.
Ευχαριστώ. Γεννήμης από Symbiolabs. Ήθελα να κάνω την εξερώτηση. Symbiolabs είναι το προγραμματός του Αεροπορικού Κέντρου Αθηνά. Λοιπόν, η ερώτηση μου αφορά τον όρο της χρηματοδότησης του 60% της καλύτερης των τριών τελευταίων
60% of the 3 financial years. Regarding 2023.
Και με δεδομένο το σύντομο χρόνο μέχρι την υποβολή, θα κριθεί επί δημοσιευμένου ισολογισμού,
will this be certified based on the published balance sheets of the company? Because it is rather early in the year and some companies don't publish their balance sheets until July. Regarding patents, If the patent is in a country outside the European Union, can it count?
Καλησπέρα σας, Βογιανοπούλου Νάντια από Piano Consultants. Είναι μια ερώτηση που θέλω να κάνω σε σχέση με το μέλλον περισσότερο, γιατί βλέπω ότι γυρνάνε τα προγράμματα σε lump sum τύπου.
We see that the programs are now providing lump sum funding.
Τουλάχιστον για τις παρεμβάσεις της δικές σας που αφορούν μόνο εταιρείες.
In the next years,
Να γυρίσουν πλήρως σε εφάπαξη.
could we see lump sum funding only?
Δηλαδή ακόμα και μισθοδοσίες να κρινόμαστε επί του budget και να γίνουν
Salaries, for example, maybe they would be given once.
Ευχαριστώ. Μαρία Κιτσαρά, από την εταιρεία INNOVATE. Η ερώτηση μου έχει να κάνει με το EAC Accelerator.
IAC Accelerator.
Αυτό το plugin για να περάσει
This plugin,
πότε θα ξεκινήσει, δηλαδή
when shall it start?
στην πρώτη παρέμβαση 3, θα περιμένω να εγκριθεί, να ξεκινήσει το έργο και μετά. Πρώτον είναι αυτό. Και αν στο ενδιάμεσο εγώ έχω υποβάλει στο Accelerator και έχω περάσει την πρώτη φάση.
If I submit my application and I press on the button before it is judged, shall it pass?
Παρέμβαση 1 και παρέμβαση 3 για επιχειρήσεις. Ποια είναι η διαφορά? Είδα στην 3 ότι το excellence μετράει παραπάνω.
I saw that excellence is marked higher in intervention 3. So what would be the focus?
Πρέπει να βασίζεται στα αποτελέσματα προηγούμενων προγραμμάτων εθνικών. Αυτή τη διευθύνση. Ευχαριστώ.
Γεια σας. Σκορδίλου και λέω ονομασμό από την εταιρεία Biofilaz. Ήθελα να ρωτήσω στον οδηγό, στο σημείο των ορισμών για την πνευματική ανάπτυξη, σε ένα σημείο αναφέρει πως τα πρωτότυπα μπορούν
At some point you say that we can use the originals
όταν είναι πάρα πολύ δαπανηρό να παραχθούν μόνο για σκοπούς επίδειξης. Το δαπανηρό
for presentation purposes.
αναλογικά με τον προϋπολογισμό της κάθε πρότασης. Το αν είναι δαπανηρό ή δεν είναι, σε ποιες περιπτώσεις.
The height of expenses, will it be used for marking the proposal? Regarding personnel fees for universities,
Δηλαδή, μία μονάδα αυτοκτονών επιχειρήσεις 720 ώρες εργασίας στο πρόγραμμα ή με τις πρόσθετες πέραν της συλλαβικής απασχόλησης στο μελωδέ. Και επίσης το τακτικό προσωπικό.
about permanent personnel.
Δηλαδή, όλοι οι ερευνητές που θα αξιολογηθούν στο πλαίσιο της υποβολής πρότασης θα συμμετέχουν με διαδικασία απευθείας ανάθεσης.
Will it be awarded to new companies?
Γεια σας, Βασίλης Σταματόπουλος. Ήθελα να κάνω μια παρατήρηση σε σχέση με μια αλλαγή την οποία την είδα εδώ και πιστεύω ότι
We saw a change which might be a bit dangerous for companies.
έχει να κάνει με την πιστοποίηση από ορκωτό ερευνητή σε σχέση με τη μη προβληματικότητα.
It cuts the chartered auditors in the beginning of the process.
Λοιπόν, όταν στο τέλος του έργου αντιλαμβανόμαστε ότι ένας εταίρος, μια μικρομεσαία επιχείρηση που μπορεί όντως να μην πάνε τα πράγματα καλά, να φανεί προβληματική, τότε πρακτικά βγαίνει όλο το έργο εκτός. Αν υποθέσουμε ότι αυτή η επιχείρηση δεν θα λάβει τα χρήματα, θα βγει εκτός του 25%, οπότε κανείς εταίρος δεν πρέπει να πάρει ούτε €1. Αυτό είναι κάτι πολύ επικίνδυνο, γιατί εντάξει, η επιχειρηματικότητα έχει και τα προβλήματά της, όπως όλα γνωρίζουμε.
We have many questions, so we finish here and we answer them. Let's start from the last question. In the previous programming period, we checked all enterprises. Now, the guidance is that programming will be presented by the accountant.
Από τον ορκωτό λογιστή, γιατί θα βάζαμε σε ένα μεγάλο κόστος επιχειρήσεις που δεν θα χρηματοδοτηθούν τελικά και δεν θα έχουν να καλύψουν αυτή τη δαπάνη. Άρα, με την υποβολή, ο λογιστής της επιχείρησης κάνει όλους τους απαραίτητους ελέγχους.
So, upon application, the accountant carries out all the controls, so they ensure that the company can participate.
Τον έλεγχο εντάσσεται το έργο και πριν την πρώτη πληρωμή του έργου πρέπει να φέρει, όχι του εταίρου, του έργου. Θα πρέπει να φέρει
Before the first payment, the accountant should present a certified document by chartered auditor.
Δηλαδή, τη στιγμή που βγήκε η απόφαση και χρηματοδοτήθηκε το έργο, τότε ότι ο εταίρος ήταν μη προβληματικός. Τα έργα τα οποία είναι συνεργατικά και θα έρθουν άμεσα για προκαταβολές, έχουν το κεφάλι τους ήσυχο γιατί
Joint ventures
από την αρχή αν είναι
will
όλα
note from the beginning if everything is okay and if they can proceed. If not everything is okay, in other words, if there is a discrepancy between the accountant and the auditor, then the project is removed. In the case of a joint venture, we suggest that they do this expense in the beginning of the project so that they are sure that the program is ensured.
Είναι κάτι που το κοιτάμε στην αρχή, ναι, θα φέρετε το έργο του ορκωτού μετά την ένταξη, αλλά αφορά τη χρονική στιγμή της ένταξης και θέλουμε να το κάνετε όσο πιο γρήγορα γίνεται.
The auditor will give their report after integration, but as soon as possible.
Κατά τη διάρκεια που κάνουν την αίτηση χρηματοδότησης μπορούν να το κάνουν. Αλλά έτσι διασφαλίζονται οι ίδιοι. Εμείς δεν το ζητάμε αυτό το πράγμα.
Εγώ να προσθέσω κάτι. Δεν είναι στην αρχή του έργου, δεν είναι στο τέλος του έργου, είναι στην αρχή.
This takes place in the beginning of the project,
Στην πρώτη πληρωμή,
upon the first payment.
για την μη προβληματικότητα της επιχείρησης.
We ask for the first payment, for the accountant to report on the first payment.
Εντάξει, τώρα, επαναλαμβάνω. Σε εμάς είναι στην πρώτη πληρωμή. Έχουμε πολλές πρώτες πληρωμές. Γιατί έτσι από κατά πολύ πρέπει να είναι πολύ νωρίς. Δηλαδή στην αρχή. Αν ο λογιστής του έργου, που κανονικά οφείλει να λέει τα πράγματα με αυτομάτως, κάνει καλή δουλειά, δεν υπάρχει κανένας φόβος. Και ερχόμαστε μετά στην πρώτη πληρωμή και ζητάμε ακριβώς επειδή μια εντάξει πιο γρήγορα. Τη βεβαίωση, τη πιστοποίηση του λογιστή ότι όντως ο λογιστής έχει.
So we want the report by the auditor that the accountant is correct.
Επαναλαμβάνω ότι ο ορκωτός λογιστής θα βεβαιώσει τη μη προβληματικότητα τη στιγμή της ένταξης.
The auditor will report at the time of integration. For patents 5 years old, This reminds us of what we answered before regarding awards. No, they will not take the 0.5 bonus. Of course, you can explain that you had a patent in the past, so you can describe your company, but you won't get the bonus. If this is an international patent from the US, for example, and it's within these 5 years, then it's okay.
Σε ό,τι αφορά το λάμψαμ που ανέφερε μία κυρία νωρίτερα, είναι μέσα στις σκέψεις που έχουμε κάνει, όχι για την επόμενη και για αυτή την προγραμματική. Είναι πραγματικά από αυτά τα πράγματα που η Ευρώπη προωθεί πάρα πολύ, στην ίδια κατεύθυνση να αποδειχθούν λάθη τα οποία θα προέρχονται από τα κομμάτια της διαχείρισης για να δώσουμε έμφαση στο έργο αυτό καθεαυτό. Απλώς κάθε φορά που είναι να υιοθετήσεις καινούργιες πρακτικές, ξέρετε πόση πολλή δουλειά χρειάζεται και από τη μεριά τη δική μας για να καταφέρουμε όλες οι συναρμόδιες υπηρεσίες να αποφασίσουμε ότι ναι, πράγματι, αυτή η λύση είναι μια λύση που ταιριάζει στο πρόγραμμά μας και μπορεί να εφαρμοστεί. Οπότε, ναι, είναι μέσα στις σκέψεις μας. Σε ό,τι αφορά το πώς ορίζεται η πειραματική ανάπτυξη και η βιομηχανική έρευνα, νομίζω ότι μάλλον το ερώτημα τίθεται από ανθρώπους που δεν είναι πολύ έμπειροι στον χώρο της έρευνας και καταλαβαίνω ότι υπάρχουν κάποιες αμφιβολίες και ανησυχίες, αλλά είναι ένα πολύ καλό σημείο για να ξεκινήσει κανείς να ασχολείται με ερευνητικά έργα. Οπότε, αγαπητοί μου, καλά το ξεκινάτε. Εγώ στην παρουσίαση τώρα εδώ δεν μπορώ να σας δώσω απαντήσεις επί του επιστημονικού, αλλά είμαι σίγουρη ότι το ξεκινήσατε πάρα πολύ καλά. Ναι, από εκεί πρέπει να το ξεκινήσετε, δηλαδή να μελετηθούν λιγάκι όποιον πάει να ασχοληθεί με ερευνητικά έργα, οι ορισμοί έχουν γραφτεί πάρα πολλά πολύ σοβαρά έγγραφα για το ποιες είναι οι διαφορές μεταξύ βιομηχανικής.
We have read a lot of documentation in between. The parties.
Για τις 1720 ώρες του 2050. Λοιπόν, είτε αυτός ο άνθρωπος είναι τακτικό προσωπικό, είτε είναι έκτακτο
For the 1,700 hours, they cannot be paid more than 1,700 hours.
υποχρεωτικά για τον ιδιωτικό φορέα ή το πανεπιστήμιο που εργάζεται και επιπροσθέτως δουλεύει για άλλα προγράμματα, το δικό μας ή και άλλα. Το συνολικό ποσό που μπορεί στα φύλλα χρονοχρέωσης να μας καταθέσει και το οποίο είναι αποδεκτό σε εμάς είναι 1.220.
So acceptable for us is 1,700 hours.
Εμείς δεν το αναγνωρίζουμε. Και η αναφορά προκειμένου να βγει το νομιστήριο του θα είναι 1.720 ώρες. Δεν μπορώ να απαντήσω για το ράζο ή για το σύνολο σε εμάς να καταθέσει θα πρέπει να είναι 1.720 ώρες.
In total, we need 1,700 hours.
Από τον κύριο Χανιωτάκη υπήρχε και ακόμη ένα δεύτερο ερώτημα σε σχέση με τα άτομα που θα δηλωθούν στην αίτηση χρηματοδότησης και είναι τακτικό προσωπικό, αν αυτό θεωρείται απευθείας ανάθεση.
Όχι, ωραία. Στο ερευνό δημιουργικό καινοτομό, όσοι έχουν πάρει πρόταση, όσοι συμμετείχαν σε αυτά, γνωρίζουν ότι ανεξάρτητα αν έχει δηλωθεί κάποιο έκτακτο προσωπικό, κάποιο με μεταδιδάκτορας ή στην πρόταση, πρέπει να είναι ανοιχτές διαδικασίες, να γίνουν ανοιχτές διαδικασίες. Το ίδιο ισχύει. Αυτό δεν έχει να κάνει με εμάς. Γι' αυτό και δεν το περιγράφουμε εμείς. Αυτό έχει να κάνει με την ΕΕ. Η ΕΕ λέει ότι μόνοι που εξαιρούνται από αυτό είναι το ακαδημαϊκό προσωπικό.
The only exception is the academic personnel. Very specific.
Δεν εξαιρούνται των ανοιχτών διαδικασιών, όπως νόμιζα, συγγνώμη, μπερδεύτηκα, νόμιζα ότι έχετε πει από το προηγούμενο πρόγραμμα, όπως ακριβώς ισχύει και στο προηγούμενο, ισχύει σε αυτό. Έγινε μια ερώτηση για το ότι αν το 60% μπορεί να πιάσει και την τελευταία χρονιά και πού θα το δούμε, αν θα το δούμε από τη φορολογική δήλωση ή από τους ισολογισμούς. Το 60% το βλέπουμε από τη φορολογική δήλωση. Θα το δείτε και μόνοι σας. Το έδειξε στο πληροφοριακό σύστημα, τραβάει τα στοιχεία που έχετε. Αν εσείς ξεκινήσετε την πρόταση και δεν έχετε υποβάλει της χρονιάς, μπορείτε να κάνετε ενημέρωση και να σας τα φέρει μόλις τα υποβάλλετε. Είναι διασυνδεδεμένα και το τραβάει. Όμως προσέξτε, δεν μπορείτε να μας φέρετε μία χρονιά στο ένα έγγραφο και άλλη χρονιά στο άλλο έγγραφο. Δεν πρέπει να συμβαδίζουν τα έγγραφα, δηλαδή άρα θα πρέπει οι επιχειρήσεις να κλείσουν τους ισολογισμούς τους. Το ότι δεν έχει έρθει καταληκτική ημερομηνία υποβολής του ισολογισμού δεν σημαίνει ότι δεν μπορούν να κλείσουν τους ισολογισμούς νωρίτερα. Οι ισολογισμοί μπορούν να κλείσουν και πριν να ανοίξουν οι φορολογικές δηλώσεις. Υπάρχουν περιπτώσεις στο προηγούμενο δράση που είχαμε δει και στις αρχές του χρόνου μας φέρνουν κλεισμένους ισολογισμούς, γιατί με τον προηγούμενο ισολογισμό η επιχείρηση ήταν προβληματική. Οπότε, όταν υπάρχει ανάγκη, οι επιχειρήσεις κλείνουν τις χρήσεις τους μια χαρά και φέρνουν. Θα πρέπει τα έγγραφα να συμφωνούν. Όμως το 60 σας το λέω ότι θα το δείτε και μόνος σας, δεν σας αποκαλύπτω τίποτα. Όταν μόλις ανοίξει το προφορικό, το τραβάει από το ε3. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για το ερώτημά σας. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Είναι κέρδος για όλη την κοινότητα κάποιοι άνθρωποι μέσα από τις παρουσιάσεις μας να σκεφτούν να κάνουν πρόταση στο EIC Accelerator.
It's going to be good for the community, for INNOVATE Accelerators to come for all the community. This is due to Intervention 3. Of course, Intervention 3 might not have research only, but it could have a patent or a European program and utilize it. Nevertheless, you should show that there is a mature research going on.
Η διαδικασία στο ESPA Accelerator είναι στην αρχή κάνεις τη σύντομη και αν περάσεις τη σύντομη πας στην πιο εκτενή παρουσίαση. Αν εσείς πάτε και κάνετε τη σύντομη στον Accelerator, μπορούσατε να έχετε δηλώσει και σε εμάς που την ενδιαφέρει και να μην το προχωρήσουμε αφού προχωρήσατε από τον άλλο δρόμο, κανένα πρόβλημα. Ή μπορεί να ξεκινήσετε να έρθετε σε εμάς να αξιολογηθείτε, να αξιολογηθείτε στην παρέμβαση 3 και στη συνέχεια να φέρετε και στα αγγλικά την πρότασή σας να αξιολογηθείτε από νέα επιτροπή, από αξιολογητές του ορίζοντα σε σχέση με τα κριτήρια του Accelerator και να το πρώτο μέρος της αξιολόγησης για το Accelerator να έχετε πάρει το πράσινο φως από εμάς και να πάτε σε εκείνους για το δεύτερο βήμα. Είναι δηλαδή ανοιχτό. Δεν θα πληρώσουμε, δεν θα καλύψουμε το ίδιο κομμάτι έρευνας και εμείς και εκείνοι. Η παρέμβαση 3 θα καλύψει άλλο κομμάτι του ερευνητικού σας έργου και αν οριμάσει αυτό και πάτε πιο κοντά στην αγορά να το αξιοποιήσετε, τότε εκείνο το κομμάτι θα πάτε να το πάρετε. Δεν υπάρχει double funding δηλαδή μεταξύ μας. Παράλληλα, αν κάποιος αποφασίσει να πάει μέσω του IC Accelerator να καταθέσει εκεί την πρότασή του και αν πάρει seal of excellence από εκείνους, αλλά δεν φτάνουν τα χρήματα για να χρηματοδοτηθεί από εκείνους, θα έρθει σε εμάς στην παρέμβαση 4 και χωρίς αξιολόγηση από εμάς, εμείς στην παρέμβαση 4 είναι και και επειδή δεν προλάβαινα σε τόσο χρόνο να πω λεπτομέρειες, δεν αξιολογούμε την επιστημονικότητα της πρότασής σας. Αυτή το έχουν κάνει ήδη στην κοινότητα. Εμείς θα δούμε αν αυτή εμπίπτει στις θεματικές προτεραιότητες της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής Έξυπνης Εξειδίκευσης, δηλαδή αν είναι στους 8 θεματικούς τομείς, και αν υπάρχει ταυτότητα αυτού που φέρατε σε εμάς με αυτό που πήγατε στην κοινότητα και πήρατε τη σφραγίδα αριστείας. Παράλληλα όμως, εμείς είμαστε υποχρεωμένοι να ελέγξουμε την προβληματικότητα, το μέγεθος, ότι πληρείται τις τυπικές προϋποθέσεις, όλα τα υπόλοιπα που ζητάμε. Γι' αυτό και η παρέμβαση 4 δεν κλείνει τον Ιούλιο όπως κλείνει η παρέμβαση 1 και 2. Η παρέμβαση 4 μπορεί να πάρει τη σφραγίδα αριστείας το Σεπτέμβριο και να έρθετε τον Οκτώβριο σε εμάς.
Θα δώσω τον λόγο σε όποιον θέλει. Έχουμε 4-5 τελευταίες ερωτήσεις, γιατί πλησιάζει και η ολοκλήρωση.
Πριν δεχτούμε τις δύο ερωτήσεις, υπήρχε ένα που δεν θυμάμαι και δεν το απάντησα από εδώ. Ρώτησε κάποιος κυρία, αν μπορεί να διαλέξει όχι δύο θεματικούς τομείς, στο τρίτο επίπεδο, αν εμπίπτει σε περισσότερους από έναν κωδικούς της ΡΙΣ. Έναν μπορείτε να διαλέξετε. Ξεκινάμε από πρώτο επίπεδο και φτάνουμε σε τρίτο. Μπορεί ακόμα ένα έργο να ταιριάζει και σε δύο θεματικούς τομείς του πρώτου επίπεδου. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει. Διαλέξτε το καταλληλότερο. Δεν σημαίνει ότι αρκεί να κουμπώνετε κάπου. Αρκεί να ταιριάζει, να μην είναι έξω από τη στρατηγική της χώρας, τις προτεραιότητες που έχουμε. Το αν θα διαλέξετε το 5-1-1 ή το 5-1-2 δεν παίζει κανένα ρόλο, δεν αλλάζει κάτι, ούτε ότι έχουμε συγκεκριμένα κονδύλια σε εκείνο και το κομματάκι του τρίτου επίπεδου. Διαλέξτε αυτό που είναι πιο ταιριαστό.
Ακούω, κυρία εδώ, και άλλοι, να δω χέρια. Ωραία.
Γεια σας, Μαζουράνη λέγομαι από το Τμήμα Χημίας του ΕΚΠΑ. Μία μικρή διευκρίνηση, επειδή δεν το κατάλαβα εγώ. Η υπεργολαβία κάποιου που εργάζεται στο εξωτερικό σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο είναι επιλέξιμη δαπάνη και αν υπάρχει κάποιο ανώτατο όριο ίσως για το κόστος. Ευχαριστώ.
Κάποιος άλλος?
Ναι, Κοσμάκη. Κοιτάξτε, συγγνώμη βέβαια, εδώ παρατηρεί το εξής. Λαμβάνει το Υπουργείο την εθνική πατέντα της Αμερικής σαν διεθνή και παίρνει πόντους και την ελληνική πατέντα την απορρίπτει τελείως. Δηλαδή τόσο χαμηλών προδιαγραφών η χώρα μας. Δηλαδή πρέπει να έχουμε η Αμερική μια χώρα και η Ελλάδα μια χώρα. Και δεν να αυτό υπόσχο. Αυτό είναι κατά και της ελληνικής κοινωνίας. Όλοι εμείς πρέπει η κοινωνία μας το πράγμα. Λυπάμαι πάρα πολύ για αυτό το πράγμα. Πάρα πολύ λυπάμαι. Και είναι καθηγητής στη δουλειά, μιλάω με τον Γεωργό Βασίλη. Και έχω και 18 προγράμματα μεσαιτίας. Και έχω φτιάξει το πρώτο για αυτοκίνητο που η χώρα μας δεν είχε να δώσει τίποτα και το έδωνα δωρεάν στο Ζάμπιο και πλέον τα χαρτιά του υπογράφους. Δεύτερον, θέλω να σας το εξής. Επειδή τα λέω με παράπονο γιατί έχω έρθει από 12 χρονών και είμαι 61 χρονών. Με μεγάλο παράπονο το λέω αυτό. Επίσης θα πω το εξής. Εάν μια πατέντα πουληθεί σε αυτά που λέτε, πληρώνεται με αμοιβείο κάτοχος της πατέντας και έχει και κάποιο ποσοστό, δηλαδή θα πάρει το μισό της 100 του προγράμματος, μπορεί να πουληθεί και πώς θα πουληθεί αυτό. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Και συγγνώμη για αυτό που βγαίνει μέσα.
Γεια σας. Θέλω να ρωτήσω κάτι για τη σφραγίδα αριστεία. Πόσες χρονιές μετράμε, θα μετρήσουμε το τελευταίο horizon, ποιες είναι οι επιχειρήσεις ουσιαστικά που χρηματοδοτούνται.
Καλησπέρα. Θάνος Μητρέλης. Εγώ έχω δύο εταιρείες, Electronic και Campus Programmatics. Ήθελα να ρωτήσω για την αλλοδαπή εταιρεία Electronic Campus Programmatics στην Αγγλία. Εάν μπορεί να είναι δημιουργική. Για την αλλοδαπή. Που είναι στην Αγγλία. Που δεν είναι μέλος της Ευρωπαϊκής χώρας μέλος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Η δεύτερη ερώτηση που είναι στη συνέχεια της ερώτησης της κυρίας για το Seal of Excellence που έχει πάρει μια εταιρεία μου από το Horizon όμως το προηγούμενο πρόγραμμα, το Horizon Europe. Εάν είναι δημιουργική δικαιούχος. Ευχαριστώ.
Άλλο ερώτημα έχουμε. Ολοκληρώσαμε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Να απαντήσω στις πρώτες για την υπεργολαβία που αφορούσε το εξωτερικό. Ναι, είναι επιλέξιμο τα δάνει. Σημασία έχει να φτιάχνει σουβλάκια, άρα να βοηθάει στην έρευνα, να περιγράφεται σωστά, είναι στο 40%. Μια χαρά μπορείτε να την χρηματοδοτήσετε. Αρκεί λοιπόν να συμβάλλει ουσιαστικά στην υλοποίηση του έργου. Τώρα, η δεύτερη ερώτηση για τη σύμβαση εργασίας. Η κυρία θα ρώτησε, και ο κύριος θα ρώτησε. Ναι. Από τη στιγμή που έχετε ερευνητικό προσωπικό, το οποίο αυτή τη στιγμή εργάζεται στον φορέα σας, έχετε αρκετά προσόντα και θέλετε να το συμπεριλάβετε προκειμένου να βοηθήσει την υλοποίηση του έργου, βεβαίως, είναι επιλέξιμο τα δάνεια.
Αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να γίνουν οι διαδικασίες ανοιχτές, έτσι. Αυτό δεν έχει σχέση. Κανονικά δεν θα έπρεπε να το ονομάσετε.
Εγώ είπα ότι είναι επιλέξιμο τα δάνεια.
Είναι πολύ ξεκάθαρο. Δεν το καταλάβαμε το ερώτημά σας. Να ονομάσετε κανονικά δεν μπορείτε να ονομάσετε κάποιον για τον οποίο θα κάνετε ανοιχτή διαδικασία. Εννοείται. Σε σχέση με τις φραγίδες αριστείας που ήρθε από δύο κυρίους, με κυρία νομίζω το ερώτημα, είναι ξεκάθαρα γραμμένο στην πρόσκληση ότι αφορά τις φραγίδες αριστείας που δίνονται από το Horizon Europe, τον ορίζοντα Ευρώπη. Το Horizon 2020, όποιοι είχαν σφραγίδες αριστείας και ήρθαν, χρηματοδοτήθηκαν είτε από το Β' κύκλο του Ερευνών Δημιουργικού Καινοτομού, είτε τα 13 έργα με σφραγίδα αριστείας που χρηματοδοτήθηκαν από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης. Εκεί εμάς μας ήρθαν έτοιμα τα έργα, δεν είναι αυτό τώρα που σας είπα, ότι αν κάποιος πάει τώρα στο ES Accelerator και έρθει και πάρει τη σφραγίδα, μπορεί την επόμενη μέρα να έρθει σε εμάς. Ήδη μας έχουν ενημερώσει δύο επιχειρήσεις, μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, που πήραν σφραγίδα από το ES Accelerator, ότι είναι έτοιμες να υποβάλουν στην παρέμβαση 4. Αυτοί μπορούν να υποβάλουν όταν θα ανοίξει η πρόσκληση και να αξιολογηθούν άμεσα. Άρα οι πρώτες εντάξεις θα είναι πολύ πιο γρήγορα από το τέλος του έτους για τον κύριο Κρότσε. Σε σχέση με, ελπίζουμε δηλαδή να έρθουν οι αιτήσεις, να κάνουμε όλες τις διαδικασίες και γρήγορα να έχουμε εντάξει τα πρώτα έργα στην καινούργια δράση. Σε σχέση με την αλλοδαπή από την Αγγλία που ρώτησε ο τελευταίος κύριος, δυστυχώς δεν είναι στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, δυστυχώς δεν μπορούμε να χρηματοδοτήσουμε. Στην ερώτηση του κυρίου που αν μπορεί να απολυθεί πατέντα, αυτό είναι κάτι που δεν αφορά την πρόσκληση. Σαφέστατα και οι πατέντες πολλούνται. Το τι ποσοστό θα συμφωνήσετε εσείς με την επιχείρηση είναι έξω από την πρόσκλησή μας. Συγγνώμη, να σας πω κάτι άλλο. και σας ζητώ συγγνώμη. Έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο. Έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο, σας ζητώ συγγνώμη. Τα διπλώματα ευρεσιτεχνίας πρέπει να τα λέμε ολόκληρα για χάρη συντομίας, το λέμε, αλλά έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο. Κάτι που θέλω να σας πω, που είπα και στον κύριο πριν που μας είπε για τις διακρίσεις, το ότι οι εθνικές πατέντες δεν δίνουν αυτό το πόνους, δεν σημαίνει ότι δεν αναγνωρίζονται και δεν αξιολογούνται. Είναι σαφέστατο ότι όταν είτε ο εταίρος, είτε τα φυσικά πρόσωπα που συμμετέχουν σε ένα έργο, όταν έχουν αυτή την εμπειρία που μας περιγράφεται και αυτή την καταξίωση που φαντάζομαι πίσω από αυτό που μας λέτε, αυτό θα ληφθεί υπόψη. Αν χάσει κάποιος το μισό βαθμό,
So if they lose the bonus, they can reach 4.5. No, that's not black and white. This is just a small part, which is included based on some rules. This half-mark bonus. What you described can be given in the 4.5 mark, beyond the bonus. Thank you everyone for participating.
Για όποιον ενδιαφέρεται να παρακολουθήσει εκδηλώσεις στις επόμενες πόλεις που θα κάνουμε, μπορεί να πληροφορηθεί μέσα από το site της δράσης. Την Παρασκευή η εκδήλωση στην Ξάνθη και την άλλη Δευτέρα στη Θεσσαλονίκη.